Chapter 336. For the people who worked or visited this Ayase Grand Shrine, today was supposed to be a very normal day, just like the past hundreds of years. It was so boring. Not long ago, even the members of the self-defense forces who were responsible for guarding here began to snore slightly or stretch their bodies. In the self-defense forces, people regarded working in the Ayase Grand Shrine as a lucrative job because there was almost nothing to do here, and no one would cause trouble here. If you ask why, it must be because this was the greatest shrine in Japan. Unless someone was tired of living, or a foreigner who was even greater than the Japanese, no one would do anything out of line here. However, it was precisely in this everyday atmosphere that an unexpected accident occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flames. Scorching flames suddenly rose in the originally quiet air. Like a crimson dancer, they immediately surrounded the wooden main hall. The first to discover this situation was the clergy working in the main hall. Seeing that the shrine was on fire, several clergy hurriedly shouted, "Fire! Fire! Come and put out the fire!" While shouting, they also ran to the place where the fire extinguisher was placed, trying to put out the rapidly burning flames. Unfortunately, it was too late. The pure wooden shrine was the easiest thing to burn. At this time, the fire had already risen, and it was impossible to put it out with ordinary fire extinguishers. What was even more terrifying was that in addition to the main hall where the Amaterasu Omigami was enshrined, many burning fire bombs fell from the sky like rain, accurately landing inside the 125 shrines. Who threw it? How did they start the fire? Many guards looked up, but they didn't see any traces. It was as if the fire bombs fell from the sky and burned the Ayase Grand Shrine to ashes. Just as the clergy and guards were desperately trying to put out the fire, on a hill not far away, Ryudo finally finished singing and was ready to start a small plane to transport the gold back to Tokyo. The gold taken from the golden statue weighed at least 1,000 pounds, and it was impossible to transport it back to Tokyo in one go. It had to be transported in several batches. However, the value of the gold was naturally worth it. It was a huge sum of money. However, just as Ryudo was about to leave in high spirits, he received a special call from an unknown number. Anonymous phone? Who was it? Not many people knew Ryudo's phone number, and most of them were his family and friends. The last time he received such an anonymous call was nearly a year ago, when Ayam called to threaten him to kidnap Dunya. It couldn't be that evil, right? Ryudo thought as he answered the phone. Unfortunately, it was just that evil. "Hey, Ryudo-kun, long time no see." The next second, a young and deep female voice came from the phone. Hearing her voice was like listening to the whisper from the abyss on a moonless night. There was probably only one person in the world who had such a special voice. "Are you kidding me? It's this woman again." After receiving Ayam's call again, Ryudo shook his head first, then smiled. "Miss Ayam, why do you call me so suddenly every time?" "It's probably because I feel very excited when I think of your panicked expression. Then why don't you try to appear in front of me suddenly next time? I will definitely be very panicked." "Try it?" "Good idea, but not today. I'm here to tell you a piece of good news." "Good news? What good news?" Suddenly, Ryudo frowned slightly because he knew that the good news from Ayam's mouth was definitely not something good. In fact, it was indeed so. On the other side of the phone, Ayam said leisurely, "Colored glaze Kanzaki, Union Tsukujiri, Dunya Saito. They are all your women, and they are now in the Rulon Group headquarters, and you are far away at the Ayase Grand Shrine, right? So, if you want to send people to capture them, it won't be a threat to me at all." It was not that Ryudo wanted to boast, but in order to avoid a cliché female lead being kidnapped after the war between the two sides, he had already set up very safe protective measures in his home. Apart from the Dragonfang Squad, the most elite team of the Rulong Security Company, who was responsible for keeping an eye on them 24 hours a day, even the anti-air missiles had been deployed. Even if Yongji were to throw missiles at them, they would not be able to threaten Luli and the others. And because of the Tsukujiri group joining in, Ryudo's technological level was now shockingly high. During this period, all kinds of military-grade equipment such as drones, sonar nets, automatic fire systems, and other military-grade equipment were carried into the house. The array was simply ridiculous. In this situation, Ryudo did not believe that Ayam could still use colored glaze and the others. If she had the ability, she could try and see who would be the unlucky one. However, even with such safe protective measures, Ayam's next sentence still sent chills down Ryudo's spine. I know you've set up perfect security at home, but will those things be able to stop the angry citizens? Hee. W. What? Angry people? Could it be? In an instant, the scene that happened in the Dori First High School this morning suddenly appeared in Ryudo's mind. Because of the Prime Minister's speech yesterday and the release of the Extreme Dojo Bill, since this morning, the entire Yodo's Extreme Dojo had been living in an abyss of suffering. Most people now believe that the weakened Hell Butterfly was sold by the group of Extreme Dojo living in the underground world in order to make money. The reason why the world became chaotic was also their fault. In fact, in this hypocritical country, many people lived in depression. They had all kinds of dissatisfaction in their hearts, but they dared not vent due to various practical problems. However, if a large target suddenly appeared, a target that all Japanese people could hit openly, then some people who were used to staying in the corner would jump out like a swarm of bees and vent their usual dissatisfaction on this target. The current Extreme Dojo was this target. Now the Rulon Group headquarters was the most conspicuous target, and Colored Glaze, Yunyin, and Durnia stayed in this most conspicuous target. The worst thing was that Ayam was obviously preparing to lead people to deal with this big target. Seeing that Ryudo suddenly stopped talking, Ayam on the other end of the phone couldn't help but laugh. Guess? If hundreds of people attacked your house now, what would the situation be like? Hundreds of people attacking the Rulon Group headquarters? Ryudo never thought of such a thing before. Colored Glaze never thought of it. No one thought of it. However, such a thing that no one had ever thought of actually happened today. A little bit earlier, just when Ryuto was burning the ISE Grand Shrine and throwing incendiary bombs to his heart's content, outside the headquarters of the Dragon Group, a group of people with white bandages over their heads and large banners in their hands rushed in as well. Some of them were even holding megaphones. The Rulon Group headquarters was located in the depths of Kamadachi. There weren't many residents living in this area, and it was usually relatively quiet. The plaque with the words Rulong on the door frame was still shining as brightly as ever. But not long after Colored Glaze and the others returned home, a sudden crowd appeared. When the densely packed crowd of at least thousands of protesters surrounded the tightly shut door, the leading uncle raised his megaphone and shouted, "Scum of society, extreme hooligans, Rulong Group headquarters, come out and apologize. Tongsheng's family, come out and apologize." As his loud voice spread around, the group of people who followed behind also shouted, "Scum of society, extreme hooligans, Rulong Group headquarters, come out and apologize. Tongsheng's family, come out and apologize." 3, 2, 1. One more time. Scum of society, extreme hooligans, Rulong Group headquarters, come out and apologize. Tongsheng's family, come out and apologize. Again. Scum of society, extreme hooligans, Rulong Group headquarters, come out and apologize. Tongsheng's family, come out and apologize. The loud voice was like a wave of sound, directly from the front door of the Rulong Group headquarters into the hall inside. In the spacious hall, Colored Glaze was holding a folding fan and sitting in the master's seat with a cold face. Sitting around her were the senior members of the Rulong Group, including Ima and Fujiki. I didn't expect that yesterday's incident would cause such a huge protest. This is troublesome. After hearing the tsunami-like protest outside, Ima couldn't help but sigh, and his eyes seemed a little gloomy. Although Tongsheng and Ima were extreme hooligans, they had never done anything to bully the weak, so they had never been subjected to this level of protest and cursing. For a while, they felt a little uncomfortable. He would rather face countless enemies' swords, spears, and sticks than face so many ordinary people's cursing. The feeling was really terrible. At this time, Advisor Fujiki also frowned and said, "This is troublesome. I didn't expect that yesterday's bill would cause such a huge impact. Then what should we do now? We can't always hide like a turtle, right? We have to go out eventually. Why don't we go out and drive them away? It's just a group of ordinary people. They should scatter after scaring them." But if there is a conflict, wouldn't it make the image of extreme hooligans worse in the eyes of others? How can we drive them away without a conflict? Are we going to hide here and wait for them to leave on their own? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Just as the senior members of the Rulon group were arguing, Colored Glaze, who was sitting in the master's seat, suddenly closed the folding fan in her hand, making a soft sound. In an instant, everyone also stopped talking and turned their eyes to the leader's wife, who seemed to have the ability to solve all problems. Chapter 337. No one knew when it started, but all of the higher-ups of the Rulon group had become a state where they only followed Colored Glaze's lead. Even when Ryudo was here, they were used to listening to Big Sister Colored Glaze first. One of the reasons for this was naturally because Colored Glaze was the current wife of the group leader, unmarried, but the other was mainly because Colored Glaze had already used her own ability to convince everyone. Although she was only 17 years old, this girl's wisdom was 100 times better than the Rulon group's old men who had lived for decades. No matter the situation, she could think of a solution to the problem. So when everyone quieted down, Colored Glaze ordered, "Consultant Fujiki, first connect the surveillance footage from the outside here. I want to see the specific situation outside." "That's simple. Do it immediately." Consultant Fujiki hurriedly arranged for people to deal with it. After a while, the team members each placed a few laptops on the table in front of the higher-ups. Because the situation of the Rulon Group headquarters was a bit special, there were many surveillance cameras installed inside and outside the headquarters. Through the surveillance cameras, the current situation at the door could be seen very clearly. Through the footage captured by the surveillance cameras, there was now a group of at least 1,000 people gathered outside the door. Under the command of a leader holding a loudspeaker, they were shouting something loudly. The worst thing was that this group of people seemed to be gradually increasing. There were constantly people rushing here from afar to converge and gradually surrounded the Rulon Group headquarters. Phew! What a headache! There are too many people. When they saw this scene with their own eyes, Ituma and Fujiki unconsciously held their heads. For a moment they didn't know what to do. After all, the current situation was very sensitive. If they didn't handle it well, it could cause a very bad chain reaction. Just when Colored Glaze was seriously looking at the screen, Ayam, who was on the other side talking to Ryudo, laughed and said, "What should we do? Should we expel them? If that's the case, it's very likely that a fight will break out. That's going to be fun." Ayam was right. If the Rulon group couldn't hold back and confronted them, it would most likely turn into a chaotic battle. It wasn't that they were afraid that the Rulon group would be at a disadvantage if they fought. The problem wasn't whether or not they would be at a disadvantage, but that it would give an opportunity to a third party. With the abilities of the elite members of the Dragon Group, if they really got into a scuffle with the people outside who only knew how to shout slogans, they would definitely be able to beat the crap out of them. However, that would only be playing right into the hands of the Metropolitan Police Department. Ever since the bill was announced last night, the Metropolitan Police Department had sent more people to keep a close eye on the Extreme Tau, led by the Dragon Group, and were ready to arrest them at any time. If they fought in front of the Rulon Group's headquarters, it would immediately give the Metropolitan Police an excuse to arrest them. Most of the Rulon Group's members, even Colored Glaze's group, might be arrested immediately. By then, they would be in big trouble. So fighting was out of the question. They couldn't even open the door. As soon as the door was opened, both sides would definitely fight. But if they continued to be in a stalemate, the group outside might do something even more extreme. For example, they would take the initiative to rush into the Rulon Group's headquarters, forcing them to fight even if they didn't want to. So if they dragged it out, they would just be waiting for death. So according to normal circumstances, Colored Glaze's group only had one way to survive, and that was to run away on the spot. Ryudo-kun, why don't you call your little lovers and ask them to run away? Whether it's over the wall or through a dog hole, there's always a way to sneak out. At most, you'll just lose a house. Or if you fly faster, you might even be able to rush back to the scene. Ha ha. Because she knew that the situation over there was very difficult to deal with, Yongji on the other end of the call also mercilessly mocked Long Do, as if she was mocking a drowning dog that was about to fall into the water. Was the Rulon Group's headquarters just a house? Obviously not. Ryudo was born there, it was his home, and at the same time, It was the soul of the Rulon group. It had accompanied the organization through decades of ups and downs. If he asked Colored Glaze's group to leave, the group of angry protesters would definitely tear down the headquarters. At that time, the headquarters of the Rulon group would be gone. Their soul would also be gone. At that time, only a group of stragglers would be left, and their morale would inevitably be severely damaged. It was a dilemma. Even if Long Do returned, he might not be able to find a way to break out of this predicament. But even so, after Ryudo thought for a few seconds, he laughed at the phone. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was very relaxed and very sudden, but it made Iam's smile on the other side of the phone suddenly freeze. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you for underestimating my little lovers. You actually think they can't even handle such a small situation. Ryudo sighed as he spoke, as if he was sad that Iam, this old enemy, had her eyes on the top of her head. Hearing this, Iam still laughed. So you mean you believe they can solve the problem? Of course. Ryudo stretched and said casually, so I'm not in a hurry to go back to Yodo now, but I'm going to find a place to eat some local snacks, take a bath, and then go back slowly. I'm not in a hurry at all. Who's in a hurry now? You? Ah, what a pleasant day. Bye, Miss Iam. Next time, if you have something to talk to me about, please come in person. I really want to see Your Honor. While you're still alive and kicking. After saying the last murderous sentence, Ryudo laughed and hung up the phone. Then he quickly flew back to Yodo in a small plane. What a joke. Although he said to Yonji that he wasn't in a hurry to go back, acting cool was acting cool. He still had to go back immediately. He couldn't risk Azurite and the others' lives just because he wanted to act cool. As for how angry Iam would be after the phone call, Ryudo didn't want to think about it now. He just wanted to go back and see if Colored Glaze was done with the matter. So, how can he prevent the Rulon group from clashing with the protesters outside in this situation and drive them away? At this moment, after watching the surveillance for a while, Colored Glaze slightly stretched out her hand and touched her chin, and asked Fujiki next to her, Consultant Fujiki, do you know this group of people who came to protest? People who protested? I don't know, they don't seem to be residents nearby. Nor are they residents of Kamadachi. They are all unfamiliar faces that I've never seen before. Consultant Fujiki had been here for decades. He couldn't say that he knew all the residents around Kamadachi, but he could at least recognize 30 to 40% of them. But this time, none of the people who gathered at the entrance of the headquarters were familiar faces. They were all strangers that Consultant Fujiki had never seen before. Are they all outsiders gathered from other places? That's simple. This kind of group usually has a leader on the spot to command. After dealing with the leader and causing chaos in the group, these people will immediately scatter like birds and beasts. Hearing this, Yima also quickly looked at the screen and stared. Backbone? Is it the one who stood in front and shouted with the loudspeaker? Among the sea of people, the middle-aged man who was shouting with a megaphone was particularly eye-catching. If one were to talk about the backbone of the group, he would definitely be the first one to notice. No. However, Colored Glaze shook her head and sneered. How can the one who rushed in front be the backbone? The backbone of this protest is the hooded man hiding in the middle of the crowd, who has been pretending to shout slogans. Hooded? Putting on an act? And a man? How could she tell? After hearing Colored Glaze's words, everyone also quickly looked at the surveillance. In the vast crowd, they really saw a hooded man who was not very eye-catching in the crowd. Fujiki heard this and asked in confusion, Big Sister, how do you know that he is the backbone? Look around that guy. Are there 4 people who have been intentionally or unintentionally protecting him from 4 angles? After Colored Glaze said this, everyone also looked towards that guy's side. They really did see that the people around him had been intentionally or unintentionally blocking the hooded man in the middle of the crowd, as if they were afraid that he would be squeezed to death. The most important thing is that the guy standing at the front shouting slogans is also intentionally or unintentionally looking in the hooded man's direction a few times. So he must be the leader. Attacking him is definitely the right thing to do. Yima also nodded, but said, but even so, how are we going to attack him? It's not convenient for our people to go out. It's okay. I'll go. Before she finished speaking, Dunia's petite body came out from the screen behind colored glaze. Then, she puffed out her chest and volunteered to take on this task. In this chaotic environment, to get close to the hooded man without attracting attention, Dunia was without a doubt the best candidate. Not only was she strong enough, but the most important thing was, she was short enough to not attract attention. Of course, colored glaze would definitely not say the last part of the description at this time. Instead, she silently told Dunia a few words and then let her out. Or open the door, let Dunia out. This sentence was not that nice to say, but it was the right thing to say. Under the gaze of Yima and the other Rulong group's higher-ups, Dunia's petite figure, who was wearing a hat that covered her conspicuous silver hair, nimbly jumped up. She arrived at the top of the 3-meter-high wall and quickly jumped outside. Coincidentally, there were also groups of protesters outside that were converging towards the gate, so Dunia blended in without feeling out of place. 10-0, clock position, 52 meters forward. First take care of the 4 bodyguards around him. Chapter 338. For the hooded man who planned this protest, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy when he saw the turbulent scene at the entrance of the Rulong group. Humph. Ha 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 ha. What Rulong group? What the strongest underworld in Japan? What Ryudo Kiryu? If I use a little trick, you will be blocked at home and scolded. You don't even dare to go out. At the thought of this, the hooded man felt energetic as if he was a dragon slayer, leading an army to resist the evil dragon. Speaking of which, the identity of the hooded man was the president of a social association, the Clean Day Association. This association's usual slogan was, "Purify Japan, for the sake of a blue and clean world." He even self-proclaimed himself as a purification warrior and led some protests everywhere. Because the slogan of this association was relatively loud, and they often went to places like chemical plants and unscrupulous enterprises to protest, they also gathered a group of members. They often ran around with banners, which was quite awe-inspiring for a while. But just last night, the behind-the-scenes financier who had been funding the Clean Day Association mentioned the Rulong Group and said to the hooded man that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make the name of the Clean Day Association famous. Hearing this, the hooded man couldn't help but be overjoyed, and he quickly agreed. He began to gather the group members overnight to prepare for the protest the next morning. So this morning, the scene at the entrance of the Rulong Group headquarters appeared. Go ahead. After the TV station or something recorded it, I will arrange for them to rush in and have close contact with the group of hooligans inside. Thinking of the conflict between the two sides in a while, the hooded man couldn't help but laugh secretly. After all, he was counting on this matter to be as big as possible. What? If they really fight in a while, what will happen to the members of the Clean Day Association? Are you kidding me? What does this have to do with the hooded man? In the heart of this president, the hooded man, his club members were just his chess pieces. Since they were chess pieces, then they should play their roles. As for whether they lived or died after playing their roles, he couldn't be bothered to care. The hooded man was even secretly praying that more people would die after the fight. In that case, their Clear Day Association would definitely be exposed on the news, newspapers, and the internet. At that time, their reputation would definitely be more resounding, and they would definitely be able to attract more ambitious people to join them. This way, they could do more things, and the financial backer behind them would also give him, the president, more money. Money. It was all money. PFFF. Looking at the chaotic scene around them, they heard their own group of club members shouting, "Scum of society! Extreme hooligan!" Rulong Group came out to apologize. Tongsheng's family, come out and apologize. And other such slogans made the hooded man feel extremely comfortable. Their mouths were full of doctrines, but their hearts were full of business. The world was bustling for profit, and the world was bustling for profit. This was the reality. As for the rhetoric of the Clean Day Association about purifying Japan, the hooded man himself didn't take it seriously. It was fine as long as he could make money. Everything else was bullshit. Only an idiot would believe it. However, just as the hooded man mixed in the crowd was happily thinking about how much money he could make next, a petite figure quietly sneaked over here. Is it him? This bastard hooded man. Looking at the guy with a leisurely expression and pretending to shout slogans in the crowd, Dunia couldn't help but flash a trace of anger in her eyes. Beside the hooded man, there were 4 guys who were obviously different from the other protesters. They were stronger and more agile. With Dunia's strength, she could see that the 4 people were trained at a glance, and there were some bulges in their clothes. Obviously, they were hiding equipment such as sticks or sharp weapons. But it didn't matter. In the view of today's Dunia, this level of trash was just a group of clowns. So just when Dunia's figure broke through the crowd like a flexible fish and swam to the side of 2 of the bodyguards, the young lady of the Saito Club suddenly made her move. Her seemingly slender arm swung up and slapped the 2 people's chin like a whip. This action was very subtle and inconspicuous. Even the 2 people themselves didn't feel that they were attacked. But after this slap, they only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and their consciousness quickly blurred. They fell forward uncontrollably as if they were punched in the jaw in a boxing match. But Dunia wouldn't let them fall to the ground. Instead, she stuck the 2 people's hands and feet together like a fried dough twist. She forced the 2 unconscious bodies to stand up through the state where they acted as pillars for each other. After completing this side of the action, Dunia's body once again broke through the crowd with ingenious strength, bypassed to the other side, and did the same thing to the other 2 bodyguards. When it was done, 4 walls had inexplicably formed around the hooded man. 4 unconscious people were firmly stuck in the middle, but he didn't know anything about it. He was still thinking about the beautiful future. Just when he thought about taking the money and running to a Melican to enjoy the world and find many blondes to drink and drink every day, a small palm had already stretched out from behind and directly pinched the hooded man's neck. The moment his neck was pinched, the hooded man only felt a chill on his neck as if a sharp blade was placed there. Someone wants to deal with me. The hooded man was obviously very clear about how annoying his job was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the best members in the Clear Day Association to be his bodyguards. Sensing that someone was threatening him behind his back, the hooded man quickly reached out and patted the 2 bodyguards in front of him, seeking their help. Clap, clap. After he patted them, the 2 people in front of him did not respond at all. It was as if they had fallen asleep. No, it can't be. Why did he fall asleep in such a situation? Before he could react to what had happened, another small hand had already grabbed the hooded man's left wrist from behind. With a snap, the hooded man's wrist was broken on the spot like a matchstick. The intense pain stimulated the hooded man's nerves. He wanted to scream on the spot, but because his neck was being choked, he could only make some unclear sounds. Moreover, the hooded man's muffled cries were quickly drowned out by the surrounding scum of society. Extreme hooligan. Scum of society. Extreme Dow hooligan. His voice was suppressed, and no one could hear him. As the hooded man trembled in pain, the female voice behind him said coldly, "Don't move, or else I'll kill you." Although the voice sounded very clear and pleasant, the meaning of her words was self-evident. "I'll die. If I move, I'll really die." From the situation where the woman behind him did not hesitate to break his wrist, if the hooded man moved, she would really kill him without hesitation. This was really not difficult at all. Seeing the hooded man's body stiffen, Dunia behind him whispered, "You're the leader here, and the surrounding people were called by you, right?" How did she know? After the truth was revealed, the hooded man instinctively shook his head. Snap! But at the same time as he shook his head, a crisp snap came from his elbow where his wrist was just broken. The pain was even more intense than before. Ugh! Woo-woo-woo-woo! His arm was forcibly broken. The hooded man who had been pampered before had never experienced such terrible pain. He wanted to faint from the pain, but Dunia had been stimulating his acupoints with hidden power to ensure that this guy could always stay awake. After watching the hooded man twitch for 7 or 8 seconds, Dunia continued to ask, "Yes or not? If you're not, then you're useless and you can die." "Yes, I'm the president of the Clear Day Association. I brought all the people here." Feeling that the palm on his neck seemed to be tightening rapidly, the hooded man quickly explained, "Really? You can bring so many people here, so you can definitely order all the people here to withdraw?" Withdraw. Hearing this, The hooded man understood who was holding him from behind. Is it a member of the Rulon group? Although from the perspective of the hooded man, he absolutely didn't want to leave with people like this. After all, the task assigned by the sugar daddy was not completed. Wouldn't it be a waste if he left? But even so, now that his life was still in the hands of others, the hooded man had to do this. So as the hooded man quickly picked up the phone from his pocket and sent a few text messages, the uncle who was holding the loudspeaker was stunned after seeing the message. What's going on? The president asked us to end the meeting? Forget it. Since the president had spoken, the uncle in front also picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Everyone! Everyone! The cowards of the Rulon group dare not come out. It means that we have won a comprehensive victory." Whoa, whoa, whoa. A comprehensive victory. A comprehensive victory. Since it's our victory, then this protest will end here. Everyone evacuate. Go back and prepare for the next protest. Huh, they're retreating? When they heard these words, some old members of the Clear Day Association also felt a little puzzled. After all, how long has it been? Didn't each protest last for a few hours before? Why did they declare victory and leave so quickly? But since the leader said so, some members around also began to evacuate, so they had to leave with the group in confusion. Only the hooded man and the 4 fainted bodyguards stayed in place. Chapter 339. Just like that, batches of people came and went quickly. A protest accident that could have caused a big incident came to an end. What's going on? Why did it end just like that? Looking at the group of excited members of the Clear Day Association carrying banners and running away quickly by trams, subways, buses, and other means of transportation, the reporters and police who rushed over after hearing the news were even more confused. What's going on? Originally, they received the message that something big happened at the Rulon Group headquarters, but they didn't expect it to be over as soon as they arrived. There wasn't even a splash. At the same time, the hooded man, who was taken along with a group of bodyguards to a corner not far away, smiled bitterly. I have withdrawn all the people as ordered. Can you let me go? Get lost. If I see you again, it won't be as simple as breaking a hand. Yes, I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Seeing that the stinky brat behind finally let go of his hand that was strangling his neck, the hooded man hurriedly rejoiced in his heart, but on the surface, he kept begging for mercy with a bitter face. But just as he hurriedly ran a few steps towards the street in the distance, he scolded in a low voice without turning his head back, "I won't dare to do it again. My ass, next time I will definitely take your lives." For today's encounter, although the hooded man pretended to be in fear and trepidation on the surface, his heart was already filled with hatred. Isn't that right? The task arranged by his sugar daddy was not completed, and his wrist and elbow were also broken. It would be strange for a guy like the hooded man, who originally thought highly of himself and had a dark mentality, to be able to stand it. Kill them. I must kill those scumbags from the Rulon group. No matter what means I use, I must kill them. 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 After hurriedly returning to the Clear Day Association headquarters building and finding a doctor to treat his arm, the hooded man with a plaster cast sat on the office chair, but he kept repeating those 2 words. How should I describe it? This scene looked a little terrifying. He was like a mental patient, repeatedly saying kill, 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 coupled with the gloomy expression on his face. It really made people wonder which hospital this kid had sneaked out from. Ring, 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 ring. However, when a phone call came in, the hooded man jumped up from the table in fright and quickly reached out to pick up the phone. Hello. I'm very sorry. The moment he picked up the phone, the hatred on the hooded man's face disappeared without a trace. All that was left was fear. At the same time, the hooded man immediately began to carry out the fine Japanese tradition of apologizing, an insincere apology, because he knew who the caller was, and he also knew the purpose of the call. A moment later, a cold male voice came from the other end of the phone. The male voice sneered and said, "Humph, your apology is very efficient. If only you could do things so efficiently." Obviously, The man on the other end of the phone already knew that the hooded man's mission had failed. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. I'm sorry, because the situation this time was special. I promise it won't happen again. Next time? You wish. There won't be a next time. Bye-bye. Huh. The moment he heard the words coming from the phone, the hooded man only felt numbness on his back, and a cold current shrouded him from head to toe. Quang dang. Because of excessive shock, he couldn't help but throw the phone in his hand away. He quickly planned to run out of the office. Go find a place to hide, boom. But before the hooded man ran 2 steps, the bomb buried in the office had exploded with a bang, blowing the president of the Pure Sun Association and a large pile of black materials into a pile of unknown objects. Damn, it's over. At the same time, on the other side, Colored Glaze, who was eavesdropping on the hooded man in the Rulon Group headquarters, had to put down the headphones and rubbed her ears that were itchy from the explosion just now. What? Something happened over there? Seeing Colored Glaze put down the headphones, Dunia, who was sitting and drinking vodka, leaned over and asked, "Don't get so close." Colored Glaze pushed Dunia away with a look of disgust and said in disgust, "You smell of alcohol all over, and you're so drunk." TSK. After being pushed away by Colored Glaze, Dunia couldn't help but complain, "You drank a lot that night. What qualifications do you have to say?" "You forget it. Let's talk about business. The guy you just put the bug on has now turned into ashes. All the clues are gone, and this game is over." Speaking of this matter, Colored Glaze waved her hand and put on a "that's it" gesture. The reason why Dunia let the hooded man leave was mainly because she had secretly put a bug and a tracker on him. Colored Glaze wanted to see if she could use that guy as bait to catch a big fish. Who knew that just as the hooded man returned to his headquarters, he disappeared in the blink of an eye with a phone call. What else could Colored Glaze say? Another bomb? Then it must be the work of the Minister of Arms, Nikolai. Ryudo said that he is the world's #1 bomb genius, an explosive monster. After hearing Colored Glaze's description, Dunia frowned and remembered the situation she saw in Moscow. Speaking of bombs, anyone familiar with the Heavenly Eye Group would immediately think of the Minister of Arms, Nikolai, who was skilled in this field. Nikolai, who came from the KGB explosives team, was proficient in all types of bombs and could be said to be the best in the world in this regard. It was said that he could secretly place a bomb anywhere and send unlucky people who didn't know about it to hell. It was clear how good Nikolai was at playing with bombs. Humph, but Colored Glaze coldly snorted. If that Nikolai was really that good, he would have just killed us with a bomb. Why would he have to beat around the bush, boom? Before Colored Glaze could finish her sentence, a loud explosion came from outside the room. Dunia, who reacted in time, quickly pounced on Colored Glaze and pinned the little jinx to the ground. No, it can't be? Since when did my words become so effective? After being pinned to the ground by Dunia, Colored Glaze couldn't help but look outside with her mouth wide open. But a few seconds passed, and there was no other movement in the courtyard outside. What's going on? Wasn't it a bomb? Then what was the loud explosion just now? Crash. Just when Colored Glaze and Dunia were confused about the situation just now, along with the sound of the door being pulled open, Ryudo's figure suddenly rushed inside. That's right, it's Ryudo. Ryudo is back. The explosion in the distance just now was actually caused by him forcibly stopping the Wallace in the courtyard, causing the jet's nozzle to suddenly hit the ground, resulting in the loud explosion. It had nothing to do with the bomb. The reason why Longdo hurried back was naturally because he was worried that something might have happened to his little lovers. If something had happened to them, he would have to seize the opportunity to commit suicide as soon as possible. That was why he hurried back. But what Ryudo didn't expect was that when he pushed open the door of his room, he saw Colored Glaze and Dunia lying on the ground together. Colored Glaze even reached out and hooked Dunia's neck. Of course, Dunia pounced on Colored Glaze to protect her, and Colored Glaze hooked Dunia's neck to make it easier to get up. In fact, there was nothing special. However, Ryudo saw such a scene as soon as he opened the door. It was somewhat speechless, especially when these two just acted like sisters in front of Ryudo not long ago. For a time, the three of them stared at each other, and the scene suddenly turned green. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I hurriedly rushed back to see if anything had happened to my harem, but I ended up seeing such a scene? This isn't good, right? Suddenly, Ryudo felt like his head was covered with green grassland, and there were hundreds of grass mud horses tap dancing on it. Colored Glaze first looked at Ryudo, who was surprised, then looked at Dunia, who was still lying on her, then got up from the side and shouted to Ryudo, "Wait, no matter what you are thinking, you have misunderstood. It's not like that. What's going on? What's going on?" Dunia, on the other hand, tilted her head foolishly, as if she hadn't realized what Long Do was thinking. It's the matter of us pretending to be Yuri before. Why did you? Hiss. Seeing that Dunia, this idiot, still didn't understand, Colored Glaze also quickly reminded her, but halfway through her words, she wanted to slap herself because she actually leaked some important information in front of Ryudo. Oh? After hearing this, Ryudo's originally tense face suddenly relaxed, and then he revealed a meaningful smile. Aya, so that's how it is. You were acting before, so good at acting. He came in front of Colored Glaze, lowered his head, and laughed in a teasing tone. Actually, before this, Ryudo thought that Colored Glaze and Dunia were really together, but now that Colored Glaze accidentally revealed that it was all an act, then the sky was already bright. Great. So my harem isn't Yuri, now I don't have to worry about being cast aside. Seeing the wretched smile on Ryudo's face, Colored Glaze's pretty face instantly turned red, but she still crossed her arms, forced her chin up, and said angrily, "Now is not the time to talk about this. How is the situation on your side?" Takahara-miya. He. Beep. Just as Colored Glaze was about to ask Ryudo about the results of the trip, the latter smiled and turned on the TV, and the TV was broadcasting an emergency news. The news about Ise Grand Shrine being attacked by fire and turned into ashes. Chapter 340. According to reports, not long ago, Japan's most famous Ise Grand Shrine had an unknown fire. The merciless flames engulfed more than 100 shrines nearby, and the fire burned the entire sky. On the emergency TV program, the host used a mournful tone and expression to describe the situation. On the screen, there were many scenes of firefighters trying to extinguish the fire. After watching the program, Colored Glaze didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're really capable. I asked you to destroy the Takihara Miyako, and you destroyed the entire Ise Grand Shrine. You're really good at demolishing houses." "Can't help it. That old man didn't know how to appreciate kindness. Plus, that place was unpleasant to look at, so I just destroyed it." Although he did such a big thing, Ryudo still looked happy and content. He didn't seem to realize that he had just destroyed the spiritual pillar of the Shinto sect. Phew, this is great. Yatsuki must be in an uproar right now. But compared to Ryudo, who only cared about having fun, Colored Glaze was thinking about what they should do next. With the death of the third Golden Heron, Takihara Miyako, the current Yatsuki was dominated by Kyoji and Jin-san. Plus, the Kamiyoshi clan had the absolute advantage in the Dark Crow level. It shouldn't be a problem to push Rue Hui to the position of Golden Heron. What's more, when the Takihara Miyagi also died, the other factions that were watching also understood that this was definitely the doing of the Kamikaze clan, so their fear of them increased by several degrees. From Iwasaki to Takihara Miyako, the Kamiyoshi clan had already killed 2 Golden Herons. This was a situation that hadn't happened in a long time. It was enough to show how powerful they were. The Japanese were all strong. When you were stronger than them, they would kneel down and be your dog. This situation was common in all classes. Just as Colored Glaze was thinking about how to threaten those guys, Rue Hui called. Colored Glaze went out to discuss the countermeasures with her mother. At this time, only Ryudo and Dunia were left in the room. The latter also ran over with great familiarity and sat on Long Do's lap with her 200-kilogram little butt. If it were an ordinary person, their thigh bones would have been crushed when they sat down. But Ryudo completely ignored her abnormal weight. He even easily hugged the little bear's slender waist and smiled. "What's wrong? I haven't been with you recently. Are you lonely?" "Who's lonely?" "Well, a little." Although Dunia looked like a tsundere, She was actually quite honest. She immediately admitted her feelings. Seeing her cute appearance, Longdo couldn't help but hug this little bear and play with her for a while. But not long after, Luli ran in again. "Hey, you two. Do you think I'm dead?" Looking at the two people lying on the sofa, Luli couldn't help but cover her face and complain. "Sister Colored Glaze, if you want to play, you can come over. I don't mind." At this time, Dunia was lying lazily on Ryudo's thigh. Her little head was resting on the armrest of the sofa. Her feet in white pantyhose were raised high. She looked very annoying. Furthermore, from her current position, one could see her perfectly flat body from her neck to her abdomen. It was simply enough to make one want to cry. "Are you an idiot? Who wants to go with you?" Colored Glaze raised her eyebrows and replied in a disdainful tone, "Well, Brother Ryudo, if she doesn't want you, then accompany me tonight. Hee." After hearing Colored Glaze's words, Dunia wrapped her arms around Ryudo's neck and said to him in a sweet tone. Although Dunia usually doesn't have such a spoiled personality, it doesn't prevent her from acting in front of Colored Glaze. If she can make Colored Glaze angry, that would be great. Ryudo, who knew this, also cooperated and raised Dunia's chin. He said to her with a weird expression, "Okay, cute little Red Riding Hood, I'll eat you tonight, awoo." "Aya, so scary. There's a big bad wolf." "Hee hee, it's too late to find out now. You can't escape from my evil clutches." These two fellows must be sick in the head. Looking at Ryudo and Dunia, who suddenly quarreled on the sofa, Colored Glaze couldn't help but sigh. But in her heart, there was a slight trace of envy. After all, for the proud Colored Glaze who is used to hiding her emotions, she envied Dunia's personality of being able to say anything openly, but she couldn't do it no matter what. Just like this, the somewhat exciting and somewhat depressing day quickly passed. That night, on the top floor of Unfettered Sky Tower, in Tenmu Iam's office, a tall and slim figure was holding a cup of scarlet red Bloody Mary and looking at the scenery in the distance. Unfettered Sky Tower, built on the artificial island in the middle of Tokyo Bay. Looking around from the top of the tower, which was 666 meters high, one could completely overlook the huge bay below, as well as the row upon row of buildings in Tokyo. Usually, when she had nothing to do, Iam liked to hold a cup of Bloody Mary mixed with 96 degrees of water of life and stand on the balcony behind the office, carefully looking at the world that was about to burn into a sea of fire. But tonight, Iam's mood was obviously not very good. The corner of her sharp eyes slightly raised by 2 degrees. This was the decisive evidence that the head of the Tenmu clan was in a bad mood. Knock knock. At this moment, there was a series of knocks on the door of the office, and Iam said in a cold tone, "Come in?" "Yes." As the door was pushed open from the outside, the head of the Ministry of War, Nikolai, appeared in front of Iam with a somewhat panicked young man. "You're on your own." When the young man was brought in, Nikolai patted him on the shoulder slightly, obviously already thinking about what might happen in a moment. The young man immediately trembled, and then hurriedly came in front of Iam and kowtowed on the ground. It had to be said that the young man's kowtowing posture was very standard. He knelt on both knees, leaned forward, lowered his head, and put his hands flat on the ground, fingers touching each other. It was perfect. Even if a Japanese kneeling master was to demonstrate, it was unlikely that he could do a more standard kneeling posture than the young man. However, although the young man's kneeling posture was very standard, Iam's eyes were still as cold as ice. At the same time, Iam smiled. Her eyes didn't smile, but her red lips parted at the same time. The curve of her eyes also curved, like a small crescent moon. It was very beautiful. But even with such a beautiful expression, Nikolai, who was not far away, felt his hair stand on end. "It's over. I shouldn't have brought him here. It's better to let him commit suicide earlier. Now that he's in trouble, it's probably difficult for him to die a good death." Looking at the subordinate who was in charge of the affairs of the Clear Day Association not long ago, but because of a moment of negligence, he did not personally command the protest this morning, causing the protest to fail. Nikolai's gaze also changed significantly, as if he was looking at a dead person. Lord Yonji was very unhappy today. And the reason was the protest of the Clear Day Association this morning. Yongji had purposely called Ryudu, wanting to see Ryudu Tongsheng's face turn pale with fright when he found out that his home had been invaded. Who would have thought that she would be the one being checkmated instead? Now, the plan has completely failed, and Lady Iam is very unhappy. Then, someone will definitely have a hard time. No, someone will have a hard time. Raise your head, bow, or kowtow. This is useless to me. You should know it in your heart. At this time, Iam came to the young man with a wine glass and said in a condescending tone, "In Iam's view, Japanese people have a bad habit, that is, they like to make unnecessary apologies. Apologies are meaningless in itself. If he had really done something wrong, he should think of a way to make it up to her, not just bow and kowtow and pretend that nothing had happened." The young man who came to apologize understood this principle. Kowtowing alone as an apology was not sincere. So, he decided to do something more sincere. Zung. So in the next moment, the young man took out a sharp dagger from his waist and chopped his index finger. Zap. With a burst of blood spurting out, the finger was severed at the base, dyeing the carpet below red. The young man endured the severe pain and said with sweat on his face, "Yong, Lady Iam, is this okay?" Looking at the blood flowing on the ground, Iam smiled and said, "Oh, chopping your finger. I haven't seen such an ancient way of apologizing for a long time. If Lady Iam feels that it's not enough, I can continue to chop, even chop a few fingers." While saying this, the young man continued to pick up the dagger and hung it in the air, waiting for Iam's order at any time. Although chopping off his finger is very painful for him, as long as he can make Iam calm down, as long as he can continue to live, the finger is not chopped off in vain. After feeling the young man's sincerity, Iam nodded and said gently, "Seeing that you are so sincere, I will forget about this dereliction of duty, and I will no longer pursue it." The young man was overjoyed when he heard this, and he quickly continued to kowtow and thank her. "Thank you for your magnanimity, Lady Iam. Then I will. Don't be in a hurry to leave." Seeing that the young man was about to leave, Iam showed a big smile and said, "Next, we should settle the score. You dirted the carpet in my office." Huh. Hearing this, the young man's face turned green. Ah. A few seconds later, his body flew out of the balcony of the 666-meter-tall, unrestrained sky tower with a miserable cry, until he fell into the water and became a pile of minced meat. Chapter 341. Looking at the young man under the Ministry of War, jumping down from the balcony that was more than 600 meters high, Nikolai's mouth twitched, and then Iam shooed him out of the office like a dog. After leaving the office, Nikolai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as if he had received a great favor. Monster, the boss is really the most terrifying monster in history. For Nikolai, who was a KGB agent, has been accustomed to all kinds of killing scenes and all kinds of ruthless people since he was a child, this was the first time in his life that he used this kind of evaluation on someone. But in fact, Amami Iam is really such a monster outside the norm. The vast majority of people always had a motive when they did all kinds of evil things, such as murder, arson, robbery, theft, fraud, and so on. Most of them didn't do it for the sake of doing it, but to get something. Therefore, no matter how many people are killed, no matter how cruel the method is, as long as there is a reason behind it, Nikolai will not think of her as a monster. But the problem was that when Atema Heim was doing all kinds of evil things, she didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. She really did it because she wanted to do it. This level of malice was much more terrifying than those homicidal maniacs who killed for pleasure, because homicidal maniacs at least did it for pleasure, but Yongji didn't even do it for pleasure, but because she wanted to kill. Doing evil is equal to breathing. Doing evil is equal to eating. Doing evil is equal to life. This woman is like a strange creature soaked in the most poisonous water. The malice in her heart has reached the level of divinity in Nikolai's view. It is simply impossible for mortals to understand. There should be no one in this world who can empathize with Iam. If there is, this guy must be very sick. After lighting up a cigarette, Nikolai slowly relaxed his nerves and walked toward the landing pad of the unfettered sky tower. At the same time, Another woman, under the boss's summons, entered the office where a murder happened. I am Sama. You're looking for me? Because she was suddenly called in by Ayam, the head of the security department, to Rinka, was still wearing her police uniform, which made her figure seem out of place in the office. When Yongji saw her favorite right-hand man, she was silent for a while. Then, she took out the phone that she called Lu Zhou today and played the recording of the call. Hee hee. Huh. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you for underestimating my little lovers. You actually think they can't handle such a small situation? Ah, what a pleasant day. Bye-bye, Miss Youngji. Next time, if you have anything you want to talk to me about, please come in person. I really want to see your honor. While you're still alive and kicking. This? Ryuto, couldn't that guy dared to talk to Ayam Sama like this? After listening to the recording played by Ayam Sama, Rinka felt numb all over. Obviously, she was shocked by Ryuto's audacity. Who is Tenmu Ayam? She is the kind of monster that if you talk to her nicely, she might laugh and pull your head off. Ryuto, this guy, he even taunted and threatened her on the phone? So far, Rinka hasn't seen an idiot who dared to talk to Ayam Sama like this for a long time. Those rare people who dared to provoke the Tenmu group all ended up in an extremely miserable state. Ryuto, oh Ryuto, even if you want to die, you don't have to do it like this, right? Is Ayam Sama someone you can provoke? So at this moment, Rinka's forehead couldn't help but drop a few drops of cold sweat, and she silently scolded the idiot who spoke without thinking. Just as Rinka was silently scolding Ryuto in her heart, Ayam suddenly said, Rinka, you seem to have some friendship with Ryuto Kiryu. I think you even spent the night with him in France. Hearing that Ayam Sama actually started to talk about the incident where she spent the night with Ryuto in Paris, Rinka's body trembled slightly, and she quickly explained, that is, it is because his girlfriend, Union Tsukimi, is my cousin. So Then what do you think of his ability X? Can it satisfy me? I definitely have no intention of not being loyal to Ayam Sama. Huh? Originally, Rinka thought that Ayam would vent her anger on her, but who knew that she suddenly asked such an earth-shattering question? Wait, I need to calm down. Rinka heard the words and took a deep breath. She reached out and pinched her thigh that was wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and then asked, Ayam, are you referring to Ability X? Is it that kind of ability? Of course, didn't you stay with him for a night? You should have roughly figured it out. Although Rinka was usually the kind of person who didn't need to close the door, but when facing Ayam Sama's question, she couldn't help but blush. After holding it in for a few seconds, Lin Hua said in a complicated tone, very powerful. Even 3 to 5 ordinary women are not his match. As for whether he can satisfy Lord Yongji, that is hard to say. That's true. Ayam nodded and smiled. I have never looked for a man, and I don't know how to be satisfied. Until now, Ayam had no interest in men, and Rinka knew this. So she asked carefully and curiously, Ayam Sama, why did you suddenly ask this question? Regarding this question, Ayam didn't even think for a second. Instead, she straightened her back and replied, because I am in love, so I want to know about my lover. This is a matter of course. What? You are in love? Then the man is Ryuto Kiryu? That's right, he is my lover, so naturally, he needs to have the ability to satisfy me. If he doesn't have it, I will replace his 3 meals with supplements. Or simply catch him for surgery. Isn't that a good idea? As if she didn't care about Rinka's eyes that were about to pop out of their sockets, Ayam said some very scary things in front of her without any hesitation. It was completely unlike what a woman in love would say. Generally, after a woman fell in love, I really want to know about him. What does he like to eat? What are his interests and hobbies? What do I have to do to make him like me? After Ayam fell in love, is his ability X strong enough? If not, I will catch him and feed him medicine, or do surgery. Anyway, he must be able to satisfy me. This was definitely not a normal relationship, absolutely not. At this time, Rinka was sweating while silently complaining in her heart. In fact, Rinka herself was abnormal enough. If even she felt that it was abnormal, then it was really super abnormal. It was so abnormal that it was difficult to understand. Finally, Rinka couldn't help but ask, "That, Lord Iam? Why did you suddenly fall in love with Ryudo?" "Because he's the first man that I'm interested in? This must be liking him, right?" "It seems so, but it seems not. You like him, but do you think he will like you?" Speaking of this, Rinka couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Iam's brain was abnormal. This was no secret. She would fall in love with Ryudo, who had been against her for a long time, and today, she even ridiculed her. Although this was ridiculous in Rinka's opinion, it was also quite in line with the style of this lord who often went crazy. But the problem was that Iam seemed to have fallen in love with Ryudo, but Ryudo would never like her. Rinka was sure of this. According to Rinka's understanding of Ryuto, he was the kind of person who had a very tough character and an unusually firm attitude. No one could force him to do things that he didn't want to do. Previously, the Heavenly Eye Group and Ryudo had already formed countless blood feuds. Both sides were now fighting in the open and in the dark every day. Under such circumstances, it was simply unrealistic for Ryudo to suddenly reconcile with Iam and become a couple. In other words, this time, Iam was destined to be a one-sided love. The man would not be interested in her at all, so what was there to say? However, when faced with such a realistic problem, Iam smiled slightly and said confidently, "As long as I am willing, any man will be willing to kneel down and lick the soles of my shoes." From an objective point of view, Iam's words were not wrong at all. After all, with her peerless beauty and LV5 charm, she could basically make the vast majority of humans bow down to her, regardless of gender. However, Rinka clearly knew that Ryudo was definitely not among the vast majority of humans. She had to continue to ask carefully, then, what if Ryudo Kiryo's knees are a little stiff and he can't kneel down? Can't kneel down? That's simple. Yongji replied in a relaxed tone, "Why don't you just break it? If that doesn't work, you can just use a saw to cut off his legs. If he doesn't even have his knees, he'll naturally kneel down, right?" I understand. In that case, I wish Lord Yongji success." After knowing that it was useless to say anything else, Rinka gave up the idea of persuading Iam with words. But even so, when she thought of the violent collision between Iam and Ryudo, Rinka felt that her brain was about to boil. What's going on? What's going on? Iam suddenly became lovey-dovey? She wants to turn Ryuto into a subject under her skirt? How is this possible? Just when Rinka walked away in a daze, Iam, who returned to her room, was like a primary school student who was preparing to go on an outing. She happily picked up the clothes that she would use to date Ryudo tomorrow. How about this? Or this? By the way, what color underwear does Ryuto like? There doesn't seem to be this in the intelligence. Why don't I pass it to him one by one? Hee. When choosing clothes, Iam didn't seem to think about whether tomorrow's date would go as she imagined. Instead, she was immersed in the sweet feeling of love. This scene was truly, abnormally terrifying. However, one could feel the arrogance and pride that was unparalleled in the past and present. It was a pity that such a unique handwriting was used to write a strange love letter. Why was it a love letter? Because Iam wrote in the letter, "Dear Ryudo Kiryo-kun, a day without seeing each other feels like 3 years. Although we have never officially met, in fact, you and I have been spiritually connected for a long time. I think you will feel the same. I don't know when it started, but you frequently appeared in my gun, in my blade, and on my gallows. I love you so much that I want to use a bullet to break a hole in your heart. I want to use a knife to carve my name all over your bones. I want to use my strong love to hang you. I don't want to continue this kind of life, so come find me. I want to see you. You want to see me, just the two of us. Today, right now, let's go to that romantic place and spend this romantic day together. Love you. Iam." As for the change in Ryudo's expression after reading this letter, it was more or less like this. _O_O. This letter, it couldn't be, right? Iam, that girl, actually wrote me a love letter? Is she a high school student who is blinded by love? She even learned how to write a love letter? After the initial shock, Long Do was at a complete loss. Even if he was beaten to death, He could not understand what was going on with that fellow. Ryudo would never believe that a monster like Ayam would write a love letter, especially after the huge conflict between the two of them yesterday. But in reality, such a strange thing actually happened. Wait a minute. Could it be? I misunderstood? This isn't a love letter? It's a declaration of war? As he read, Ryudo vaguely understood something, as if he saw through the mystery inside. For example, this sentence, although we have never officially met, in reality, you and I have been friends for a long time. I think you will feel the same way. If translated, it could be understood as, although we have never met, I want to kill you every day. You definitely want to kill me too. For example, this sentence, I really want to use a bullet to make a hole in your heart. I really want to use a knife to carve my name all over your bones. I really want to use my strong love to strangle you to death. I love you so much. If translated, it could be understood as, I want to use a gun to open your eyes, use a knife to chop you up, use a rope to strangle you to death. F*CKU. For example, this sentence, I don't want to continue living like this, so come and find me. I want to see you. You want to see me too. Just the two of us. If translated, it could be understood as, after dragging it out for so long, don't be so wishy-washy. Let's come out and fight, one-on-one. Let's solve the problem face-to-face. Whoever is a coward is a coward. So that's how it is. This is actually a declaration of war. No wonder, that girl's brain isn't normal, so she wrote it in a format similar to a love letter. After figuring it out, Ryudo slapped his forehead. Looking at the pile of crimson roses in front of his door, he also understood why Ayam sent this thing over. She wanted to fight with him until the ground was covered in blood. All right, Ayam, you want to find a place to fight with me face to face, right? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Instantly, Ryudo casually clenched his fist, and the letter filled with love was crushed into pieces. Speaking of which, what was more unbelievable was that Ryudo knew Ayam very well, and Ayam also knew Ryudo very well. In the past year, they had fought in countless places, but the two of them had never met before. No, it could be said that Ayam had never met Ryudo before. Ryudo previously had a head-on confrontation with the poisonous flower in the unrestrained Sky Tower. Then, he was brutally beaten up and killed himself with a gun. However, that was a year ago. After this period of tempering, the dragon's battle was no longer the same as before, and he had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge for that spear attack back then. Now, the opportunity had come. It didn't matter if it was a trap or some other kind of conspiracy. In short, Ryudo would not admit defeat. He would definitely go to the Mountain of Swords and Sea of Fire to meet that annoying woman. Narukai. Yes, sir. Go and mobilize all the elites of the Dragonfang squad. Also, ask the command center to arrange 300 armed drones. When I go out later, all of them will follow behind me, the kind that is ready to fight at any time. Yes, sir. As Ryudo's right-hand man, Narukai could arrange a lot of work for him. At this time, after receiving the order, he quickly went to prepare. A letter and a bouquet of flowers caused such a big commotion. Because the entire Rulon group began to move, Colored Glaze, Yunyin, and Dunia quickly received the news and quickly ran to the basement where Ryudo was. Ryudo? I heard that Ayam sent you a letter of challenge? Is it true? Luli, who was jogging down the stairs, hurriedly asked after coming to the room on the second floor of the basement where there were only a few dim lights. This basement was the place where the Rulon Group HQ stored weapons. After entering, it was like entering a large gun exhibition center. There were all kinds of guns, long and short, and a lot of the best military bulletproof vests. Yeah, if we're lucky, many problems can be solved in one go. Ryudo looked up at the three girls, but his hands were holding some heavy weapons. Union frowned and said, Aren't you afraid that it's a trap? Won't it be dangerous to take the initiative to go? It's fine. This time we're not going to the unrestrained tower. If it's there, I won't go. Other places are fine. Speaking of which, where did she ask me to go? Ryudo suddenly thought of a serious problem. After all, in the letter, Ayam did not mention where the duel would be. Ryudo had already suffered in the unrestrained tower before. That damned place was filled with all kinds of killing devices. He would definitely not go in. But the other place that I am prepared, what kind of place would it be? Chapter 343. Fortunately, Ryudo didn't have to think about what kind of duel venue Iam would prepare. Because not long after, a pale-faced man knocked on the door of the Rulon Group headquarters and said that he was the driver who came to pick up Ryuto Kiryu. No way. The Heavenly Eye Group actually sent someone over so directly? Are they not afraid of death? When they heard this news, Ryudo and Colored Glaze couldn't help but look at each other. Then they walked towards the door. After arriving at the entrance of the Rulon Group, Ryudo also saw the pale-faced man. He was about 30 years old and was surrounded by several members of the Rulon Group. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his thin legs were trembling. He looked like an unlucky guy who was being bullied by hooligans. Seeing Ryudo walking towards him surrounded by everyone, he quickly ran over and knelt on the ground and said, "Master Ryudo, please come with me, please." Colored Glaze looked at him up and down and frowned. "You're not from the Heavenly Eye Group, right? Why are you here as a driver?" Wait, I know him." At this time, Advisor Fujiki quickly walked over and looked at the man, then said, "Are you the Lon who opened a bar in Kamimura? What are you doing here?" "Boss Fujiki, I didn't want to come because of this." After being asked for the reason, Lon shook his head, took off his coat with a crying face, and exposed the small device that was beeping inside to everyone. "This is a bomb." The moment he realized what it was, Ryudo quickly pushed Colored Glaze and the others back. Then he looked at the device on Lan's chest with angry eyes. The small mechanical device happened to be placed on the man's heart. If it exploded, although the firepower wouldn't be very strong, it would be more than enough to stop the heart from beating. In other words, this unlucky guy named Lon was threatened. If he didn't come to be Ryudo's driver and take Ryudo to Iam, bang, he was reincarnated into another world on the spot. What a good Atame. You're disgusting right from the start. Thinking of this, Ryudo couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his disgust for the bad woman increased a little. You sent a driver to pick someone up, put a bomb on him as a threat, and you specifically asked the civilians of Kamimura to do this job. What is this? Will you die if you're not disgusting? Seeing this, Azurite quickly said to Long Do, "That woman is crazy. I think it's better if you don't go. It's precisely because she's a lunatic that we have to stop her before she does more crazy things. Isn't this a great opportunity? But after all, this is a place prepared by others. If something happens, wouldn't it be very... Don't worry, with your support, I'm safe." After shaking Colored Glaze's cold little hand, Ryudo took a few steps forward to Lan's side and smiled. "Lead the way." Seeing that Ryudo-sama was willing to go to the appointment with him, Lan's face suddenly lit up. He quickly pointed to the car not far away and said, please get in the car." Ryudo came to the front of the car, turned his head to Colored Glaze and others, patted his chest, nodded, then opened the door and got in. In fact, just when everyone was talking, the staff had already checked the car from top to bottom. After confirming that there were no bombs or other things in it, they let Ryudo get in the car. Moreover, Ryudo was also equipped with various positioning systems. No matter where he went, the command center where Sensible was located could find him. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a somewhat tragic screech, this old car that had been in service for God knows how many years drove off into the distance. Seeing Ryudo gradually disappear from sight, Colored Glaze walked into the house while issuing orders through the headset. "All members pay attention. Start tracking the car now. If you find any suspicious person, you are allowed to kill on the spot. You must not let the leader have an accident." Yes. In an instant, a unified response came from the headset. At the same time, dozens of cars, vans, trucks, and other vehicles chased in Ryudo's direction from all directions. Colored Glaze and the entire Black Hand Alliance were fully prepared for this super unexpected meeting between Ryudo and Iam. The command center was already full of people early in the morning. Hundreds of drone cameras were monitoring the car and the surrounding situation from all angles. There was also a large number of attack drones ready to enter the battle at any time. The elite members of the Rulong Security Company, led by the Dragon Fong Squad, came out in full force, including Kai Yong, Tessa, Hua Shang, and other allies began to secretly mobilize their own forces to pay close attention to Ryudo's situation. Of course, in addition to this group of people, there was also a black car coming from afar. Inside the car were 4 old men wearing sunglasses and trench coats. They looked very cool. Not long ago, the leader of the Amon clan, the strongest assassination family in Asia, received a request for cooperation from Colored Glaze. Without hesitation, he led his 3 disciples and rushed towards Ryudo's direction. The Heavenly Eye group, those bastards, we're going to have a good time killing them. In the back seat of the car, the eldest Amon was wiping his favorite tomahawk with a cotton cloth. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent. The second brother, Jiro Amon, readied the submachine gun on his knees as he advised his eldest brother, "The priority of this mission is to protect Mr. Ryu. Let's take it easy. Don't just focus on killing." "What protection? Speaking of which, that person doesn't really need our protection. He's clearly as strong as a monster. Who can kill him?" The third Amon Sano, who was sitting in the front seat, sighed. He seemed to be thinking of the young man who was chased by the Amon clan but was able to toy with them. The battle between Ryudo and the Amon clan happened almost a year ago. In this year, the leader of the Rulong group, Captain Ryudo's strength had soared to the sky. Naturally, the 3 Amon brothers were very clear about this. After hearing the words of the 3 disciples, the leader of the Amon clan, a middle-aged man with shiny black hair, said to his disciples, "No matter what, he is now the only hope to pacify this chaotic world. We can't let him die like this." "Pacify this chaotic world? Master, have you watched too many period dramas? Speaking of which, if we really fight later, Master, you are the one who needs to control your anger. Otherwise, you will kill everyone in the Heavenly Eye group." "That's true. When the time comes, we need to stay away from Master. Otherwise, the small satellite positioning cannon assassination technique that he recently developed might affect us." "What nonsense are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" In the car, the 4 assassins of the Amon clan were chatting happily as they chased after Ryuto. From their expressions, it seemed like they didn't care about the powerful enemies that they might encounter later. This was the Amon clan, the self-proclaimed Asia's strongest assassin clan. They had been active in the underground world for hundreds of years, and they had a strong sense of confidence. But even so, the upcoming battle would still be very dangerous. This was because this was no longer just a battle between Ryudo and Iam, but a battle between the entire underground world and the Heavenly Eye group. At this moment, the Rulong group, Big Dipper Alliance, Kurosawa Alliance, Saigon Clan, and Amon clan of the underground world had all mobilized their elite members to support their boss, Ryuto Kiryu. The Kamiyoshi clan, Tsukujiri clan, and Saitu clan in the surface world had also learned about the situation on this side. They had completely suppressed the Heavenly Eye group on the government side to prevent the Metropolitan Police Department, self-defense forces, and other government forces from getting involved. This is the current situation. We have temporarily dealt with the government side. You just need to focus on dealing with Iam's main forces. In the speeding car, Rue Hui also reported the situation on her side to Ryudo through the phone, so that he could rest assured and fight with Iam. From a certain point of view, a large number of eyes were now focused on Ryudo, and he suddenly became the warrior who carried the hope of countless people. If he wanted to kill Iam, as long as that woman died, many problems would be solved. Many people now thought so, including Rue Hui. Even so, Warrior 2G, who was the center of attention, smiled leisurely and said, "Thank you very much for your help, Madame Rue Hui. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. We should be arriving at our destination soon. In short, be careful. If you can kill Iam, it will be best. If you can't, please come back alive. Otherwise, if something happens to you, Colored Glaze will be very sad." Beep. Not knowing if she realized that she said something wrong, Rue Hui also hurriedly hung up the phone, then covered her chest and took a deep breath. "Ryudo, nothing must happen to you." Although she knew that she shouldn't bring personal feelings into the operation, Rue Hui still couldn't enter the state of treating her subordinates as chess pieces. After all, Ryudo was different from others. Ryudo was the first man in Rue Hui's life. It should also be the last man in her life. When she thought of that day's detoxification day, Rue Hui swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and her cheeks were slightly blushed. Wait, thinking about it carefully, I look like a middle-aged woman who is dissatisfied with her desires. This is too embarrassing. Thinking of this, Rue Hui couldn't help but reach out and cover her pretty face that has become more and more tender recently. She looked ashamed. Chapter 344. Of course, Ryudo did not know his mother-in-law's attitude towards him. Instead, he put down his phone and thought about the various thrilling situations that might occur later. Today, Ryudo's meeting with Ayam was a true king meeting king. The last time the two of them met at the unfettered Sky Tower, Yongji was the king while Long Do was just a pawn. Their battle prowess was not even on the same level, so Long Do was treated like a dog and trampled on mercilessly. But now, Ryudo was different. He was now a monster that was even more powerful than Ayam. This was because Ryudo's attributes had changed to this on his personal panel. Name: Ryudo Kiryoage, 17 attributes, Wisdom LV5, Constitution LV5, Courage LV5, Insight LV5, Charm LV5. Chi release rate 100%. Title: Stupid Rich, obtained after spending more than 5 billion renminbi. Title slot will increase by 2 slots. Stupid Rich, obtained after spending more than 500 million renminbi. Equipment slot will increase by 2 slots. Gun God, obtained after shooting more than 50,000 bullets. Man and gun is 1. Invincible. Equipment: Rogue Black Tech Assault Rifle, Legendary. Nano Spider Hook, Legendary. Dual-wielding Rogue Black Tech Desert Eagle, Legendary. Rogue Black Tech Rocket Launcher, Legendary. Super Rogue Black Tech Bomb Box, Legendary. Personal Equipment: None Tools, Rogue Velcro, Rogue Analytical Mirror, Rogue Voice-Changing Mask, Rogue Glider, Rogue Gel Bulletproof Vest, Rogue X-Ray Lens, Rogue Sonograph Skills. Chinkoan Foundation Art, 100%. Princess Mysterious Art, 100%. Ancient 8 Extremities Fist, 100%. Furamaki Style Martial Arts, 100%. Bone Snapping Hand, 100%. Iron Bone Mastery, 100%. Copper Skin Mastery, 100%. Parkour Master, 100%. Rogue Immortality, 100%. Silent Movement, 100%. Aura Shield, 100%. Omnipotent Driver, 100%. Firearms Mastery, 100%. Total Assets: 2,679,600,000 renminbi. How should one describe Ryudo now? The word cheat was not enough to describe him. In the past half a year, because of the death of Iwasaki Yanasuke, the Kamiyoshi clan, the Tsukujiri Group, and the Black Hand Alliance, and the Rulong Security Company, the Kajiri Group, and the Kajiri Group had been accumulating wealth like crazy. During this period of time, Ryudo's little treasury was overflowing with money. He had so much money that he didn't even know what to do with it. Due to the influx of money, Ryudo first upgraded all his personal attributes to LV5, and then all his skills to the maximum level. After that, he bought a bunch of super powerful rogue black tech weapons. Even so, he still had more than 2 billion left. Rich, really too rich. Ryudo was so rich that he could spend like crazy in the Krypton shopping mall without any worries. For example, he could buy the rogue black tech weapons that cost more than 100 million renminbi each. Of course, those black tech weapons were also quite powerful. For example, the rogue black tech assault rifle had a magazine capacity of 500 rounds. Its power, accuracy, and shooting range were all at the level of a sci-fi movie. It was like something used to fight aliens. However, although Ryudo was indeed very rich now, there were still some top-tier things in the Krypton shopping mall that he couldn't afford right now. For example, a one-hit kill technique specifically used to kill aliens. After purchasing this strange skill book, one could learn a move that could kill creatures determined to be aliens in one hit. However, the price was as high as 100 million renminbi. What did 100 million renminbi mean? Even if it was converted into dollars, it would still be worth $100 trillion. 100 trillion US dollars was not 10 billion US dollars, but 10,000 times more. It was truly an astronomical number. In comparison, Air American's annual military budget was only about 600 billion US dollars. This fucking 100 trillion US dollars made the price even more like a joke. But on second thought, it did seem like a joke. After all, how could there be aliens in the world? This wasn't a sci-fi world. Even if there were aliens, they wouldn't appear in front of Ryudo. Unless Frisia the Cosmic Emperor jumped out of a comic book tomorrow to find trouble, then this skill would probably be useful. Thinking of this, Dragonhead shook his head and threw those messy thoughts out of his mind. After all, he was about to face Tenmuayam, and he didn't have time to think about aliens. Not long after, this somewhat shabby classic car stopped at the entrance of a suburban manor with beautiful scenery. Ryudo was still wondering where Ayam would ask him to fight to the death, but he didn't expect to come to such a nice place that looked like a resort. A huge green wall surrounded the entire villa. The villa inside exuded a European-style Versailles style. The white pillars stood tall, and the marble curled up into snow-white vortexes. Even the doors and windows were exquisitely carved. From afar, one could feel the extraordinary taste of the designer. It was already the season of spring, the season of flowers. The whole manor was also planted with various kinds of vegetation. It was as if one was in a romantic mist of fragrance. The fragrant and sweet smell was as sweet as first love, making people unconsciously immersed in the fragrance. Good Lord. Such a nice manor was used as a battlefield. Ayam really knew how to waste natural resources. After getting out of the car, Ryudo looked at the romantic wilderness scenery in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel sad for the stinky woman who didn't understand romance at all. At this time, Lon, who was in charge of driving, said with trepidation, "Well, I have sent you here. Can I go now?" "Well, be careful when you go back. Forget what happened today completely. Don't mention it to anyone. But this bomb of mine..." "Bomb? Are you referring to this?" Just as Lon was about to ask how to deal with his bomb, Ryudo waved his hand and waved the bomb that was taken down at some point in front of Lon. "Wow. When was this taken down?" Before Lon could react, Ryudo waved his hand at him, and he took the initiative to walk into the manor. The manor was quiet, and no one else could be seen, but after a while, Ryudo saw a familiar face in the front hall. The woman with a cold face was actually wearing a set of maid clothes, as if she was respectfully waiting for someone's arrival. After arriving in front of the woman, Ryudo smiled and said, "Isn't this Lin Hua? What, you got fired from the Metropolitan Police Department? You came here to be a maid?" Laugh, laugh, laugh. What's so funny? You can still laugh now. After glaring fiercely at Long Do, Lin Hua, who was temporarily captured as a maid, sighed. Then she swayed her slender waist and walked towards the backyard not far away, and motioned for Long Do to follow. On the way in, Ryudo observed the surrounding scene while smiling at Lin Hua. "You don't pretend now. You are obviously telling me that you are a member of the Heavenly Eye Group. This undercover is not professional." "TSK, what are you talking about? You must have known my identity long ago." "That's true, but I didn't expect that the Minister of the Guard Department would come here to be a maid. There must be a big surprise waiting for me inside." Although the Dragon Head had already expected that the bastard Ayam would definitely place a large number of troops here, but he didn't expect that she would use one of the 4 ministers as a guest. One could imagine how large the scale of the battle would be. But it's okay. Fortunately, I also went all out here and called all the helpers I can. Let's see whose fist is harder in a while. Just when Ryudo was thinking about this, Lin Hua suddenly turned her head and said, "Ryu, you have to be careful this time. Ayam is serious." For Lin Hua, who knew the truth, her so-called seriousness meant that she was serious about falling in love. However, when Long Do heard it, it was a different matter. "Humph," Ryudo snorted disdainfully and sneered. "I know she is serious, but for this matter, duel, I will only be more serious than her." Huh. Hearing this, Lin Hua couldn't help but widen her eyes and ask in confusion, Wait? You are also serious? You don't plan to refuse the courtship?" "Refuse? Why should I refuse? I can't think of any reason to refuse her. Wouldn't that make me seem unmanly? What's going on?" In Lin Hua's opinion, am I that kind of person? The kind of coward who doesn't even dare to accept the enemy's invitation to a duel? She actually thinks of me like that. Suddenly, Ryudo glanced at Lin Hua with a regretful look, as if he was a little disappointed with this woman who didn't understand him at all. However, when Lin Hua heard these words, she was so shocked that her jaw dropped. This guy doesn't plan to refuse Iam's courtship? This is too. Well, although it doesn't seem to be something incredible, it just feels a little ridiculous. Originally, Lin Hua always thought that Ryudo would not be interested in Iam, but thinking about it carefully, Iam did indeed have unparalleled beauty and temperament in the world, and it was not shameful to bow down to her. It was just that at first, Lin Hua thought that Ryudo would be the kind of man who could resist Iam's charm, but now it seemed that she had overestimated him. All men in the world seemed to be the same. Even so, Lin Hua couldn't help but ask, but if you accept, what about the three in your family? Do Kanzaki-colored glaze, Saitu Dunia, and Yunyin agree? Hearing this, Ryudo replied proudly, of course they agree, and they are also silently supporting me behind the scenes. You don't have to worry about that. Of course, what Ryudo meant was, they agreed to fight Iam to the death, and they are acting as support behind the scenes. However, in Lin Hua's ears, the meaning of these words became, they agree to Ryudo dating Iam, and they are very supportive of the two of them developing a relationship. Chapter 345. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. Either there's something wrong with my brain, or there's something wrong with this world. After understanding Ryudo's meaning, Lin Hua couldn't help but reach out and rub his forehead. He seemed to feel that his understanding of many things seemed to have a serious deviation. Just as the two were having a strange cross-server chat, and when Lin Hua's brain was about to boil, they finally arrived at the destination of this trip. This was an elegant courtyard. The courtyard was filled with crisp bamboos, as if it was a clean and elegant bamboo forest. Although the design of the entire building was in a Western style, the bamboo planted in the courtyard was in an Oriental style. The mixture of inside and outside made this place have a different flavor. And in the dense bamboo forest, there was a delicate and elegant pavilion. The pavilion had 4 sides and 6 corners, and it was green all over. He could vaguely see a graceful figure waiting here in the pavilion. Okay, you can go there by yourself, and then pray for yourself. After leading the way here, Lin Hua could only sigh. After one last reminder, he walked to the side, leaving this place to the two who were in love. Good luck? Huh? Lin Hua should be referring to the fact that Yongji had arranged a lot of assassins around the bamboo forest. Speaking of which, when the time comes, would that woman Yongji use smashing cups as a signal? Thinking of this, Ryudo silently observed the surroundings, and even used the rogue sonograph that could detect the enemy's position to investigate. But he found nothing. The surroundings were very clean, and there were no signs of assassins. After all, Iam didn't come to duel with Ryudo. She just wanted his body. Of course, although the reality was like this, Ryudo definitely wouldn't believe it. Good girl. She hid quite well. Forget it, it's just a million. I'll deal with it as it comes. After secretly admiring the Heavenly Eye Group's method of hiding assassins, Long Do walked aggressively toward the pavilion without recognizing his own family. Looking closer, there was a beautiful fish pond under the pavilion. From the transparent glass floor, he could see the fish swimming around happily below. The design could be said to be quite elegant and interesting. At this time, the table inside the pavilion was already filled with all kinds of delicious food. Coupled with the surrounding fragrance and artistic atmosphere, it was really intoxicating. However, for Ryudo, even such a beautiful scene was not as good as the figure sitting on the bamboo stool. Because the moment he approached the pavilion, his eyes were immediately attracted by the figure of the lady. Heavenly Eye Iam was the most beautiful woman of the present. No, even the most beautiful woman in history. Ryudo was already mentally prepared before. Back then, when he caught a glimpse of Iam on the unrestrained sky tower, although it was very frightening and the process was extremely painful, it also deeply engraved Iam's unparalleled beauty in Ryudo's heart. After that, although the 3 harem members of Ryudo's harem were all top beauties of the generation, If he asked who the number one beauty in his heart was, in a situation where no one could hear, Ryudo would still honestly say Iam's name. She was a demoness, a woman who could truly enchant people. At the same time, she possessed Union's peerless charm, Dunia's natural beauty, and Colored Glaze's elegance and refinement. Even if Ryudo really didn't like Iam, he had to admit that she was the most beautiful woman in the world, especially today. Currently, Heavenly Iam was sitting alone in the pavilion, wearing a light pink slim-fit dress, showing off her perfect figure that was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short. Her long black hair, which was as smooth as silk and fluffy as clouds, casually fell behind her back. The light pink diamonds that matched her clothes faintly outlined the outline of her hair. Compared to Youngji's hairstyle last time, this style of dressing made her look younger and more girlish. Sensing Ryuto walking over, Iam, who was sitting alone, turned around to look at him. Just this simple action of turning around was enough to make all men in the world suffocate, including Ryuto. For a moment, the pair of eyes that were as curved as the autumn moon and as bright as the stars glanced at Ryuto, with a faint trace of surprise and a trace of complaint in her eyes, as if she was blaming this man for coming so late. This gaze was extremely flirtatious. It made her look like a blooming osmanthus orchid in a bamboo forest. Her peerless beauty made people feel ashamed of their inferiority, and even made people want to make a statue of her and offer incense to her every day. Oh my God! What the hell is this thing? Is this really Iam? No. Is this really a living person? Although before coming here, Ryudo had imagined the scene of him and Iam meeting again many times in his mind, but when he saw this woman with his own eyes, he realized how poor his imagination was. How could a woman be so beautiful? How could her aura be so unique? How could she release such a strong temptation to others? Most importantly, she was clearly a witch, but in Ryudo's eyes, she was like a fairy that descended to the mortal world, making people have a strong impression of her and even love. Yes, love. Ryudo found it hard to imagine that he would have such feelings for Iam. He had long thought that he was immune to all poisons, but who knew that this Tenmu Iam poison was 100 times more poisonous than he had imagined, and even Ryudo could not help but fall in love with her. This feeling was very strange, because Ryuto knew that he should not have any positive attitude towards Iam and should treat her like the most poisonous flower, the kind that would kill with a touch. But this woman had the kind of charm that attracted people like moths to a flame. Even if Ryudo already knew about Iam's terrible personality and actions, he still almost fell for her. Regarding this situation, Ryudo could only use the word evil to describe it. Ryuto-kun, you're here. At this moment, Iam, who was reading a book, also noticed the presence of the visitor, so she raised her head and revealed a gentle smile, stood up and walked down the pavilion to take the initiative to greet him. When he heard her voice, Ryudo could not help but tremble in his heart, because Iam's voice was completely different from before. Previously, Iam's voice was low and slightly hoarse, sounding like a whisper from the abyss on a night when the moon was as deep as water and could bring great shock to one's soul. But now, Iam's voice sounded very gentle and sweet, as if an ancient god from the abyss had suddenly taken off her outer skin and announced that she was actually a cute Cthulhu beauty. Also, Iam's smile. Ryudo's previous impression of her smiling face was a man-eating flower with a smiling face, and when she smiled, it felt like she was going to eat someone, and it would send chills down one's spine no matter how one looked at it. But today, Iam's smile was very sweet, so sweet that it could compete for the top 3 most beautiful smiles in human history, and all the competitors were crushed one by one while laughing. Flawless, a flawless, peerless beauty. This was Ryudo's evaluation of Iam. Iam's change today was so great that it made Ryudo wonder if she had taken the wrong medicine, or if she had been replaced by some strange transmigrator. After eliminating the possibility that Iam had taken the wrong medicine, or that she had been replaced by a transmigrator, Ryudo could only think of one reasonable explanation for Iam's change. This woman wanted to plot against him. That's right, this was actually something to be expected. Was it strange for Iam to plot against someone? It would be strange if she didn't plot against someone. And now, Ayam was planning to use one of the 36 stratagems, the honey trap. Although Long Do had already thought that Yongji might be ruthless to him today, he didn't expect her to suddenly use such a move. She even used a honey trap. She was really shameless. Humph, she's planning to use her beauty to seduce me and take my life when I'm careless. This level of trick is looking down on me. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't fall for it. But although Ryudo thought so, when he sat in the pavilion and sat face to face with Ayam, he could not help but secretly observe every detail of the woman sitting opposite him. Good heavens, this hair, this face, this chest, this waist, these legs, this… He could not look at the person opposite him, but although he thought so, his eyes were still staring at her, as if there was some kind of eye-catching magic on that seductive body. The pair of eyes that pretended to be indifferent, but were actually moving up and down, naturally did not escape Ayam's attention. After all, she was also a great god with level 5 insight. But even so, Ayam did not show any signs of coyness. Instead, she openly smiled and asked, "How is it? Do I look good today?" "Good. Ahem. You didn't ask me to come here today just to say this, right? If you have something to say, just say it." After noticing that he seemed to have lost his composure, Ryudo quickly moved his gaze down, as if he had developed a strong interest in the many delicacies on the table. But in reality, these high-quality delicacies were not even worth mentioning in front of Ayam's beauty. It was a bit difficult to use these things to divert his attention. Suddenly, Yongji pursed her lips and smiled. "Don't be in such a hurry. It's our first time meeting. Let's start with the basics. It will take at least a few hours before we can get to the point." Regarding this man named Ryuto Kiryu, although Ayam had seen him many times in various videos, it was only now that she saw him in person that she could feel the strong masculine charm on him. Like Ayam, Ryudo also had level 5 charm. His appearance was also very handsome, and with his unique temperament, it was enough to make Ayam's eyes or other parts of her body moisten. Especially when she said, "Get to the point," the corner of her mouth slightly opened, and she stuck out her pink tongue to lick her lips, obviously thinking of something that she could not stop herself from. Chapter 346. However, after hearing Ayam's words, Ryudo frowned slightly. Then he replied with some puzzlement, "A few hours? You're not planning to chat with me here for a few hours before getting to the point, right? That's too unbearable." Obviously, Yongji's straight to the point and Longdo's straight to the point were two completely different things. Ryudo's straight to the point was to flip the table and fight, and that was what he was aiming for. No matter how many people Ayam had ambushed around, as long as they started, Ryuto would unconditionally accompany them. Let's see who will live and who will die in the end. Anyway, I have enough lives. With such a beautiful woman sitting in front of him, but he only wanted to fight. From a certain perspective, this kind of person was more or less naive. Ayam's, straight to the point, was exactly the opposite. She didn't want to fight to the death, but to fight to the life. A normal battle would result in death, but that kind of battle would result in the life. One was a battle invitation, the other was a one-night stand. The difference between the two was huge. It was clearly the first time she met Ryudo, but she already wanted to go all the way. From a certain perspective, this kind of person was more or less naive. Therefore, after hearing Ryudo's "this is too unbearable" speech, Ayam couldn't help but reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a smile, "So you're this impatient? You really can't judge a book by its cover." Ryuto replied impatiently, "Impatient? This is considered impatient? Isn't this a very normal thought, especially when meeting someone like you?" At this moment, the meaning of Ryudo's words was like this: a very normal thought equals want to fight as soon as possible. A person like you equals a psychopath villain. Of course, Ryudo thought so in his mind, but unfortunately, to Ayam, the meaning was like this: a very normal thought equals want to hug you as soon as possible. A person like you equals top beauty. She's really brave and straightforward. She's my type. But even though Ryudo met Ayam's requirements, she still shook her head and said, "But I'm not such a casual person. I still have to follow the basic order, so I can't get straight to the point so quickly." Although Ayam was considered a carnivorous woman, she also had her own set of rules. She wouldn't mess up the order so easily. This was also one of the reservations as a woman. According to Iam's original plan, the sequence of her date with Ryudo should be meet, chat, eat, return to the room, and then have sex. The whole process would last at least 3 hours. For a man and a woman who had just met, this kind of sequence could be said to be very reserved and full of sentiment. It was not excessive F***K, nor was it day and night thinking about it. It was perfect. Of course, to Ryudo, these words were somewhat strange. You asked me to come here for a duel, for blood to flow like a river. You want to talk about order? You want to exchange some pleasantries before fighting? Even so, the pleasantries won't last more than a few hours. Although he didn't know what Iam wanted to do, which made Ryudo confused, he couldn't directly fall out with her now. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling person. Now that Iam had a gentle smile on her face, Ryudo naturally couldn't jump up and slap her first. That would be too ungentlemanly. Come, have a cup of tea first. This is the highest grade of Yulu tea brewed from the nearby mountain spring water. It can relax your mind and relieve fatigue. Seeing Ryudo sitting opposite her in a hurry, Iam took the initiative to pour him a cup of tea. In the world, there weren't many people who could drink the tea brewed by the big boss of the Heavenly Eye Group, or it could be said that there hadn't been one until now. However, Ryudo couldn't help but frown as he looked at this cup of tea. He was obviously wondering if there was anything strange here. Seeming to understand Ryudo's thoughts, Iam took the initiative to pick up his teacup and took a sip. She put it back in front of Ryudo with a smile and said, "There is no poison in the tea. Are you relieved now?" Although Iam had already tested the poison with her own body, logically speaking, this tea shouldn't kill anyone. But at this time, Ryudo looked at the teacup that was placed back in front of him. There was a circle of cherry pink lip marks on the edge of the cup, and he still looked a little embarrassed. Is this an indirect kiss? He had to admit that the cute little lip mark looked quite tempting. It made people want to lean on it and take a bite. But when he thought that this lip mark was Iam's, Ryudo had a headache. This must be a provocation to me. What should I do? Should I drink it or not? If I don't drink it, isn't that equivalent to me backing down? No, as a man, how can I back down? Thinking of this, Ryudo took a deep breath, then picked up the cup and put it to his mouth. He raised his head and drank the contents in the cup in one breath. When drinking tea, Ryudo deliberately started to drink from the other side of the lip mark, but his nose could still smell the sweet poppy scent. It was definitely not the taste of tea, but the taste of Iam. This kind of sweet smell was simply too terrifying, especially when one looked at Yongji's jelly-like pink lips. One could not help but imagine what kind of ecstasy it would be to touch her lips. No, it's just a cup of tea. How can I let my imagination run wild like this? Wouldn't that be falling into her honey trap? Suddenly, Ryudo also calmed down and looked at Iam, who was elegantly drinking tea. He sighed and said, "Actually, I didn't expect you to have such a normal side. If only you could always be like this." This sentence could be said to be Ryudo's heartfelt words. Today's Iam was too normal. It was completely different from the usual impression she gave to Ryudo. If someone told Ryudo that he would see such a normal woman after coming here, then he would definitely think that person was crazy or had something wrong with his head. But in fact, after coming here, the Iam he saw was too normal. Probably no one would be able to treat this woman with a peerless appearance and temperament as a world-destroying demon king. In short, it was impossible for my demon king to be so normal. Even if it was to numb Ryudo, this attitude was a little too strange because there was no need for Iam to do this at all. What kind of person was the Iam that Ryuto knew? She was a woman who was extremely reckless, extremely willful, extremely self-centered, and extremely violent. If she could solve a problem with a gun, she would never use her mouth because there was no need for that at all. Just like how a lion wouldn't act to deceive a deer, it would be the style of a king to catch and bite it on the spot. However, Long Do had to admit that he was rather fond of the current Yongji. He was rather fond of this woman who had a calm expression and was able to communicate normally with others. Her words and actions were extremely methodical. As for that lunatic he had met in the unrestrained Sky Tower, He should just scram as far away as he could. But unfortunately, it was impossible to keep Ayam in her current state. Only she knew how her personality would change in the next second. However, when Ayam heard this, she put down the cup in her hand and a trace of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. After a moment, she sighed and said, "A long time ago, a woman said the same thing to me." "A woman? Your mother?" In Red Album 2, No Survivors, although it mentioned Ayam's father, Amami Eternal Night, there was no mention of her mother, which made Ryuto a little curious. "No." Ayam shook her head and said, "I've never met my mother, but that woman played the role of my mother for a period of time. I'm very grateful to her." After that, Yongji told Long-do about how she met that woman under the osmanthus tree and the small lake, as well as how they played all kinds of games intimately every night by the lake. In the end, they separated because of her father's appearance. Of course, Ayam didn't tell Ryuto the identity of that woman. After all, Ayam's identity was too sensitive, and it was not good for both sides to say this kind of thing now. After listening to Ayam's narrative, Ryuto couldn't help but admire the efforts of that woman. At the same time, he felt sorry for the bad result. It turned out that Ayam had met such a good person in the past. It was a pity that he didn't completely change Ayam's personality, otherwise, the future history would definitely be very different. Thinking of this, Ryuto asked curiously, "If your father didn't come out at that time, if you continued to get along with each other, would you leave with that woman in the end?" "Maybe, maybe not, but one thing can't be changed." "What is it?" "That is, the fact that I'm not human." The moment she said this, Ayam slowly opened her eyes, and the pair of eyes that were like a strange creature emitted an aura as deep as the abyss. Opening her eyes, it was just the action of opening her eyes, but the feeling that Ayam gave people immediately changed. If before this, she was a beautiful fairy who strayed into the mortal world, then now, she was a monster from hell, purgatory, abyss, and all the terrifying chaos that one could imagine. With one look, she changed from a fairy to a demon, and her temperament changed 180 degrees. This drastic change happened so fast that Ryuto couldn't help but be shocked. After all, this situation couldn't be described as changing faces faster than flipping the pages of a book. Even the best actress in the world couldn't act out such a drastic change. It was too exaggerated. After revealing her true face, Ayam smiled and said, "Do you still remember the guy that I forced to pick you up?" "Of course I remember. He was almost killed by you." "Yes, the bomb on him was planted by me, but is it really necessary to do that?" "Strictly speaking, no. I didn't need to do this at all, and I could have invited you here." "But you still did it. Because you like to do it?" "Yes, I like to do it. I was born to like to do it. I was born to like to see the despair of humans, for example. Like this." Before the voice died away, Ayam pressed a button under the table, and a small screen appeared in front of the two. On the screen, the old car that had brought Long-do over was speeding on the road, but Lon, who was inside, was desperately stepping on the accelerator with a face full of despair. He was forcefully controlling the steering wheel of the car. It seemed that the situation was very wrong. After seeing this scene, Ryuto suddenly stood up and said angrily, "What did you do to him?" "Nothing. I just told someone to tell him that if he doesn't go home in 10 minutes, the bomb buried in his house will explode. His wife and children will all be blown to the sky." "What? 10 minutes? But it took us at least half an hour to get here. How can this time? Damn it." Screech. Screech. Just as Ryuto was about to call someone to remove the bomb in Lan's house, the car on the screen crashed into a curve because of the excessive speed. Both the car and the person turned into a pile of messy parts. When the tragedy that she created happened on the screen, Ayam, who was sitting opposite Ryuto, showed the happiest smile so far. Chapter 347. Motherf asterisk Kerr. This woman is a lunatic. Looking at the tragic scene of the car accident on the screen, Long-do first gritted his teeth, then quickly sent a message to the command center, asking them to quickly send someone to Lan's house to check if there were any hidden bombs. After dealing with the aftermath, Ryuto looked at Ayam like looking at trash and sneered, "This is what you want to see, right? despair, anger, death. You're a monster. Any normal woman would be angry to be called a monster in front of such a peerless beauty. However, Yongji shook her head and flatly said, "You're right, I'm a monster. I'm well aware of this. You know what you are, but you're still proud of it. You're hopeless. That's not very appropriate, because from the moment I was born, I was already hopeless. Who told me to be born with cursed black blood?" TCH, what cursed black blood? Are you an elementary school student? Ryudo was naturally aware of Iam's Heavenly Eye clan bloodline, but he still didn't think it was a reasonable excuse. Facing Ryudo's question, Iam was silent for a while. Then she reached out her left hand and used her sharp nails to make a large cut on her right wrist. Hey, you're... Originally, Long Do didn't know why this woman suddenly wanted to cut her wrist, but who knew that the blood that flowed out of Yongji's wrist actually emitted a pitch-black luster under the sunlight. Black. Black blood? Is it really black blood? Generally speaking, the blood in the veins of the human body would be slightly black with a dark red color, but the blood flowing out of Iam's wrist was obviously not veins, but arteries. It should be bright red. How could it be so black? Could it be that he had really seen a ghost? Drip, drip, drip. The dark blood flowed down Iam's wrist and into the teacup in front of her. The blood mixed with the tea, and the originally clear tea was also dyed black. There really is black blood in the world. Is this a fantasy world? Will there really be aliens in the future? Just as Ryudo was looking at the dark blood in shock, Iam clenched her hand, and the blood immediately stopped flowing and formed a scab at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was not the recovery speed of a normal human. This black blood of yours is nitrite. What? Originally, Long Do thought that Yongji would say something like, "This is Oda Nobunaga's Demon King's blood," or something like that. Who would have thought that she would unexpectedly say a very modern chemical term? Nitrite is a strong oxidizing agent. It can oxidize the divalent iron in the hemoglobin to trivalent iron, thus giving the blood a dark color. This is the source of black blood. To put it bluntly, it's a type of toxic body. Looking at Ryudo's slightly shocked expression, Iam smiled and said, "Don't tell me you thought I was going to say something about the Demon King or something like divine power. Do you think I'll believe in those things?" Unlike Ryudo's imagination, Iam seemed to know her own body very well. And this understanding was not based on the inheritance of the Demon King's blood that had been passed down for hundreds of years, but a complete modern scientific concept. At this time, Iam looked at the wound on her wrist that had completely scabbed over and said, "For the past hundreds of years, the Tenmu clan has been working hard to cultivate the most vicious and evil successors. They find the scum with the most evil intentions to reproduce, and then use medicine, acupuncture, brainwashing, surgery, and other methods to modify the human body. I'm the final product of this kind of modification. In fact, a long time ago, Iam had done a detailed examination of her body. From the results of the investigation, although her body structure was not far from that of a normal human, the degree of specialization of her brain had almost reached the level of another species. From a scientific point of view, Iam could no longer be considered a human. It was more appropriate to call her a superhuman, new human, or next-generation human. A normal person's brain could secrete dozens of hormones to stimulate the body to produce various reactions and changes, but Iam's brain could secrete hundreds of hormones, and there were many hormones that even modern science could not understand what they were. A normal person's body was made up of chemical elements, and there were more than 60 elements that made up the human body. But although Iam's body was also made up of chemical elements, there were more than 100 elements that made up her body. It was almost enough to write a periodic table of the elements. These changes were caused by hundreds of years of inheritance through medicine, acupuncture, brainwashing, surgery, and other modification methods, but they were not harmful to Iam's body. Just like what Yongji had just shown, she had a black blood poisoning constitution caused by the excessive nitrite in her body for a long time. If she were an ordinary person, she would have died long ago, but she was getting healthier by the day. However, although these abnormal signs were not harmful to the body, they had already caused an irreversible effect on Yongji's brain. The structure of my brain has already determined that I'm born with a natural inclination to kill. I like to see other people's expressions of despair, and I like to build my joy on other people's pain. Just like how fish will always swim and birds will always fly. Although this situation is not normal, I don't hate it. As she spoke about her mental state, Yongji gently raised the teacup, drinking the jade dew tea mixed with black blood in one gulp. After putting down the teacup, a faint black color could be seen at the corner of her red lips, adding a sense of seduction to this inhuman witch. At the end of the day, was I bad? Bad. Did she know that she was bad? She knew. But knowing was one thing, she did not want to change. Nor did she think that there was a need to change, because this was her nature. Even if she had a good time with Rue Hui back then, still could not stop her desire to kill. In the end, she chose to return to the Tianmu clan to continue her family's underground business and kill until the end. After all, no matter how others interfered, fish would always swim, and birds would always fly. Some things were determined from the moment they were born. So that's how it is. So that's how Iam's mind works. After hearing Iam's heartfelt words, Ryuto had a new understanding of this demon lord. But he still replied firmly, no matter what happened to you, no matter what reason you have for doing these things, my attitude towards you will not change. I still think that you are a complete scum. Even if Ryuto said so, Iam still smiled and said, but you still came today, and you couldn't take your eyes off me. That means that you also have that intention. That intention? What intention? At this moment, Ryuto realized that Iam seemed to be implying something, but it was too late. It means to spend a romantic day with me in bed. Speaking until here, Iam stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips. Her eyes were gradually filled with some strange desire. Ryuto was shocked when he heard that. He quickly shook his head and said, in bed? Wait, what are you talking about? I don't have that intention. But when I wrote you a love letter, didn't you immediately rush to meet me? Doesn't this mean that you also want my body? Love letter. Hiss. The moment he heard this, Ryuto's face turned green. It can't be? That letter this morning. It really was a love letter. Originally, according to Ryuto's understanding of Iam, she should be a crazy woman. It was even more impossible for her to write something like a love letter. At most, her brain was not normal. So she wrote the declaration of war in the form of a love letter. But from the conversation between the two, he realized that Iam's brain was actually very normal. She completely knew what she was doing. It was just that because of her nature, she often couldn't control her emotions. That was why she usually looked crazy, but in fact, she was very clear about many things in her heart. But this was to be expected. After all, a real crazy person would not be able to expand that heavenly eye group to its current state in a short 10 years. Naturally, Iam was not really crazy. For someone who acted crazy but was not crazy, of course, she would not write a declaration of war in the form of a love letter. In other words, that love letter was serious. Serious? Could it be? At this moment, Ryuto suddenly remembered the reminder that Lin Hua had given him not long ago. Ryuto-kun, you have to be careful this time. Lord Iam is serious. Thinking about it carefully, the meaning of those words should be Iam wrote the love letter seriously, but Ryuto misunderstood it as seriously wanting to fight him to the death. As for Lin Hua's expression, it was naturally because he was surprised why Ryuto was so interested in Iam. He thought that he was in a hurry to ask Iam for a one-night stand. God above, I'm really not that kind of person. I'm here to ask for a fight, not to ask. Just as Ryuto fell into a serious state of panic, Iam stood up, walked elegantly to his side, and sat down without hesitation. This time, she did not sit on the seat beside Ryuto. Instead, she sat directly on his lap. How to put it, with Ryuto's current speed and skill, he could actually dodge this but for some reason, Ryuto did nothing. It was as if the soft and elastic touch on his thigh and the poppy fragrance that was close at hand had hooked his soul. This, I am the great demon, is actually sitting on my lap. From an objective point of view, this situation was obviously very dangerous. After all, Iam was an enemy, a great demon. Being so close to her was simply courting death. But although Ryudo felt that it was very dangerous, his body did not listen to him. He even vaguely felt that sitting on her, even if it cost 1,000,000, it was worth it, and it was worth it. Chapter 348. After enjoying the soft touch on his body, Ryudo suddenly realized that it was the best time for him to make a move. Why did I come here? To get rid of this monster. She's sitting on me now. Wouldn't it be easy to get rid of her? Ryudo didn't want to boast. Although Ayam's physical ability was strong, it couldn't be compared to him now. Ayam's body was almost full, but her physique was only LV4. This was a huge flaw. The gap between International Warrior and Extreme Superman was very obvious. Not to mention that Ayam didn't live like a princess for many years. At least she didn't have much experience in facing a top martial arts master. What about Ryudo? He fought his way up. His combat experience was definitely much better than Ayam, who was used to sneak attacks. Not to mention, he also mastered a lot of top martial arts and powerful passive skills. At this distance, once Ancient Eight Extremities Fist, or Dragon Bone Dislocation Hand, was used, it shouldn't be a problem to pierce Ayam's heart or break her neck. What should I do? Do I make a move? Kill her here? If that's the case, everything will be over. When he thought of this, Ryudo's body slightly stiffened, as if it was a sign before he made a move. But now Ayam was sitting on Ryudo. Their bodies were in close contact. Any change naturally couldn't be hidden from Ayam. Suddenly, Ayam giggled and said, "Oh, you're actually thinking about whether to kill me. What a boring man." She slowly turned her head and leaned back in a sideways posture. Her head just happened to lean on Ryudo's shoulder, and her eyes looked straight into the man's eyes. For a moment, a fragrant wind blew against Long Do's face. Her soft and smooth hair fell on Long Do's shoulders, accompanied by the scene of the world's most powerful witch lying in his arms. That feeling was truly amazing. Even Ryudo, who had 3 top-notch harems, couldn't help but be slightly captivated by the softness of her body, the fragrance in his nose, and the beautiful scenery in front of him. Seeing that Ryudo did not move, Ayam took the initiative to hold his hand and placed it on her slender and fair neck. She smiled and said, "Come, if you want to kill me, you can try. This is indeed an excellent opportunity." When Ryudo's hand grabbed Ayam's neck, he was first surprised by the softness and smoothness of her fragrant skin. Then, he frowned and said, "Do you really think I don't dare to do it?" Without a doubt, Ayam was playing with fire, and she was playing with her own life. Since she was looking for excitement, she would go all the way. Compared with Yun Yin, who was looking for excitement, Ayam was obviously better in this aspect. She had reached the level where she could play with her own life. Was she afraid of death? Of course not. But from Ryudo's understanding of her, this woman would not put her life in the hands of others without any preparation. Ayam must have a backup plan. What was that backup plan? Let's see. The next moment, Ayam smiled and said, "You can kill me, but after that, Ancient Eight Extremities Fist, inch collapse." Before Ayam could finish her words, Ryudo's right thumb pierced her back like lightning, and a sharp needle-like hidden force directly penetrated her muscles and bones and violently entered the woman's heart. Ayam definitely did not expect that Ryudo would dare to do this, and did not even bother to listen to what she had to say. Now that almost all of his attributes and skills were maxed out, Ryudo's chi opening rate had reached 100%, which was almost unprecedented. His Dan Force cultivation had left Dao entering and Rabbit Ball far behind. Almost in an instant, a violent inch force shot out from between his fingers, and with almost no distance, it directly crushed Ayam's heart into pieces. Suddenly, blood gushed out of Ayam's mouth, and her body trembled violently. Phew. Okay. The next step is to go in and continue to play with Ayam. But what should I do? While walking slowly into the manor, Ryudo couldn't help but think about the current situation. First of all, this time Ayam didn't ask him to come here to kill. From the beginning, Ryudo's idea was wrong. She didn't want to cause trouble, but she wanted to cause trouble. From this point of view, Ryudo brought a truck of people to fight with her in such a big way, It seemed like he didn't have any EQ and didn't know what a girl was thinking. But speaking of which, it wasn't wrong for Ryu-do to make so many preparations. After all, there wasn't a lunatic in the world who would plant a bomb under the dating scene just to find someone to date. Yongji was such a lunatic. For this kind of lunatic, it was never too much to be cautious. But the problem now was that even if Long-do killed Yongji in this situation, he would end up being bombed again. There was no point in killing her. He would have to start over anyway. What should I do? Should I just leave? Or try to kill Ayam before she can react? See if the bomb will detonate? Thinking of this, Ryudo nodded slightly, thinking that it seemed to be worth a try. Last time, when he killed Yongji, the main problem was that she was able to react in time, and even had time to speak and move her mouth. Naturally, she had a way to detonate the bomb through some unknown means. What if he didn't give Ayam time to react and killed her completely? Or knock her out and then kill her? Wouldn't the bomb not detonate? Some things could never be found out if he just thought about it and didn't experiment. So Ryudo once again walked into the manor with his head held high and came in front of the maid, Rinhua. He planned to try all kinds of ways to kill Ayam without being dragged to the grave with her. If it worked, then the next thing would be much simpler. But if it didn't work, then he could just run. Who would want to fight in a place where he would definitely die? Winning or losing was meaningless. After coming to Rinhua, the two of them chatted as usual, and then Rinhua brought him to the familiar pavilion in the backyard. Before leaving, Rinhua could not help but remind him, Ryudo-kun, you have to be careful this time. Ayam-sama is serious. This time, because he knew Ayam's thoughts, Ryudo shrugged and said, I know she's serious, but I can't accept it. Is that so? Then I'll go first. Take care. Hearing this, Rinhua could not help but show a relaxed smile as she turned around. Then, she immediately changed to a worried expression. Knowing that Ryuto would not like Ayam-sama was good news for Rinhua. After all, she liked both Ryuto and Ayam. She definitely did not want the two of them to be together and then throw her aside. However, if Ryuto did not accept Ayam's love, then the two of them would definitely fall out and fight on the spot. According to what Rinhua knew, Ayam-sama had set up a large number of spreading martial arts under the Heaven's elite troops in the basement of the manor. The members of those troops all had the original Hell Butterfly as a strengthening agent. They wore the highest grade combat suits and had the world's best weapons and equipment. Their combat power was equivalent to an army. If they really fell out and fought, even Ryudo would have a hard time escaping from them. Moreover, the head of the intelligence department, Ninja King Huanin, had brought all the elites of the Black Feather Ninjas nearby, ready to move at any time. Chapter 349. As the head of the guard department, Lin Hua naturally had a detailed understanding of Ayam-sama's deployment. Except for the huge bomb buried in the ground, there was almost nothing she didn't know. Thus, after Lin Hua left the perimeter of the pavilion, she directly turned left and walked into a house. She came to a dark little house. A man was sitting in the hut. He was playing a game of darts. But the darts he used to play the game were not real darts, but real shurikens made of fine iron. Whoosh! Bang! Accompanied by a strong wind, the shuriken flew out of the man's hand and directly pierced the portrait of Ryudo Kiryu hanging on the wall, directly piercing a big hole in the guy's heart. Looking at the gloomy face of the man, Lin Hua couldn't help but smile and said, the mechanical arm seems to be quite suitable for you, Huan. She naturally knew this man, because this was the new head of the intelligence department, the leader of the Black Wings Ninja, Huan Un, who began to show his talent a few months ago and brought a lot of trouble to his colleagues as soon as he was promoted. Unlike the situation a few months ago when he fought with Bunkamaru and Ryuto in the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, Huan Un's right arm had been completely replaced with a mechanical arm made of mechanical parts. Starting from the shoulder, to the arm, the elbow, the palm, the fingers, countless parts formed the shape of a human arm, and every part inside looked quite sophisticated, allowing Huan Un to make the same movements as a real hand. Such an arm was a black technology device jointly created by the two most technologically advanced departments of the Heavenly Eye Group, the Weapon Department and the Pharmacy Department. During this period, Nikolai and Yomi spent a lot of time on this. At this time, Huan and had obviously adapted to this high-tech mechanical arm, and after adapting, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he was now more powerful than when he fought with Ryuto. Is that kid here? Why didn't Sama let him do it? Seeing Lin Hua come in, Huan and couldn't help but clench his teeth. In the entire Heavenly Eye group, the person who wanted to kill Ryuto the most was probably Huanan. When she heard that Ryuto had already appeared nearby, she couldn't wait to draw her blade and chop that fellow up. However, Lin Hua shook his head and said, "How many times have I said this?" This time, Lady Iam didn't call him over to fight, although it may develop into a fight. Humph, no matter what, I definitely won't let that bastard off. I really hope that Lord Iam's anger will quickly get the better of her and order us to go out and chop that bastard into pieces. At this point, Huan's tone was filled with strong resentment and killing intent. However, just as Huanan was speaking, in the pavilion above, Lady Iam was, "Ryuto-kun, please have some tea. This is Yulu brewed from a nearby mountain spring." In the pavilion, Iam personally picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea into Ryuto's cup. Seeing that Ryuto didn't pick up the teacup immediately, she raised her eyebrows, smiled, and was about to pick up Ryuto's teacup to take a sip. "No need. I believe you didn't poison it." But before Iam stretched out her hand, Ryuto had already taken the initiative to pick up the teacup and drank the tea inside. "Forthright. I like forthright men like you." "Really?" Ryuto put down the teacup and sneered, "But I don't like women like you." As soon as this remark came out, the surrounding air could be said to have become cold immediately, because Ryuto's tone was very serious when he said this, indicating that he wasn't joking. And Iam originally thought that since Ryuto came to the appointment, then there was a high probability that he was interested in her, but she didn't expect him to express a firm rejection as soon as he came here to drink tea. In an instant, the gentle and pleasant expression on Iam's face collapsed, but she still grinned and said, "Can you tell me the reason?" Although Iam's expression was still smiling, her eyes became gloomy. Unlike the last time when Ryuto expressed his disgust after seeing the scene of Iam killing Alan, this time, Ryuto came over and spoke bluntly on the spot as soon as he sat down. It could be said that he didn't give her face at all. Even Iam couldn't help but feel a little angry at his lack of understanding. She was so angry that she wanted to cut him into pieces on the spot. But even in the face of such a dangerous gaze, Ryuto still looked straight into her eyes and said, "Because you were born to like killing, like to see other people's expressions of despair, like to build your joy on other people's pain. Such a born evil person, other than lunatics and perverts, who would like such a person?" Different from the last time. This time Ryuto chose to attack directly, venting all his disgust for Iam. "That's right, you, Iam, are very beautiful, but I don't buy it. If you don't like it, come and hit me." Although she was a little angry at Ryuto's ridicule, Iam had to admit that what he said was the reality. Iam was very clear that she was a scumbag with poisonous blood flowing in her body since she was very young. But she still didn't want Ryuto to say that about her, so she sneered. "I really didn't expect that Ryuto Kiryu, as the leader of the Extreme Dipper group, who has killed countless people, would have such a sense of justice. Not long ago, you set fire to Ayase Grand Shrine." "Indeed, I have done everything, including murder, arson, kidnapping, and extortion." Ryuto nodded, but continued righteously, "But the people I killed were those I thought should die. I have never done anything bad because of my own preferences. For example, Lon, who just drove me here. I would never do something as disgusting as tying a bomb to someone else. I don't know what I'm talking about." Hearing this name, Iam smiled, then pressed a button under the table, and a small screen appeared in front of them. "Since you mentioned the driver just now, then I'll let you see him." Originally, Iam wanted to say, "Then I'll let you see how he dies," but when she glanced at the screen, she saw a completely different scene from what she expected. On the screen, the car that picked up Ryuto was moving steadily on the road. The speed of this old car was not slow, but it was definitely not fast, and the man who was the driver looked quite calm. How is it possible? Didn't someone tell him that if he didn't go back in 10 minutes, the house would explode, and his wife and children were tied up at home? How can this man be so calm? Just when Ayam felt a little puzzled, Ryudo smiled. Let me see him. See what? See if he can drive home safely? Do you have nothing better to do? It's this guy. It's this guy who did something. Seeing the obvious mocking expression on Ryudo's face, Ayam suddenly understood why the driver didn't speed crazily, and then because the old car's poor cornering performance directly crashed at a specific intersection. Why? Why does this guy know my character so well? And it seems like he predicted what I would do. Unknowingly, the current situation seemed to be getting farther and farther away from Ayam's control. This feeling was what Ayam hated the most. So she couldn't help but stand up and say in a stern voice, Ryudo Kiryu, what are you? Before she finished her words, a shiny pistol was already pointed at Ayam's head. Don't move, or the bullets in this gun don't have eyes. The moment Ayam stood up, Ryudo had already pointed the gun at her with lightning speed. As a top-notch sharpshooter, Longjio would not miss even if he were to hit a hair on the head, let alone the heart or the brain at such a distance. However, when Ayam saw the pistol pointed at her, she couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. You don't want to threaten me with this little pistol, right? What? Can you take a bullet with your body? I can't take bullets with my body, but there's a special bullet-absorbing device on the ceiling of this pavilion. Bullets made of copper, lead, steel, and other materials will be absorbed into the sky when they're shot out. Your bullets won't be able to hit me at all. Although the gun was pointed at her, Ayam's expression was still so calm, as if she didn't care about the strangely shaped pistol at all. At the same time, Ryudo was stunned and said in a surprised tone, There is such a thing in the world? I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, just shoot me. At this distance, your bullet won't be able to touch a single strand of my hair. Unless, bang. Before Ayam finished speaking, a gunshot came from the pavilion. Almost at the same time, Ayam's skull cracked open like a watermelon. She became a mixture of blood, minced meat, bone, and brain. Plop. Until her head was blown open, Ayam didn't realize how she died. She also didn't understand why the bullet absorption device that the Ministry of War spent so much money to develop didn't work at all. After killing Ayam with one shot, Ryudo looked at the rogue technology Desert Eagle in his hand and sneered. Sorry, this is also a special reinforced glass bullet. Don't worry about it not being able to fire. This is what you taught me. More than a year ago in the Unfettered Sky Tower, Ryudo had been played by Ayam's bullet absorption device once, and that time was still fresh in his memory. After being taken advantage of once, he naturally wouldn't be taken advantage of a second time. The first time he was taken advantage of, it could be said that he was tricked, but if he were to fall for the same trick again, he would be stupid. Besides, Ayam had already told him how to crack the device. All he had to do was change the material of the bullet. It wasn't that complicated. However, although Ryudo took advantage of Ayam's confidence in the bullet absorption device and smoothly blew her head off, something strange still happened. Boom. Boom. The moment after Ayam's death, a huge crack came from the ground of the manor, and the apocalyptic impact and explosion engulfed Ryudo and Ayam's bodies. Everything started over again. Chapter 350. It is detected that the host is on the verge of death, and the emergency rescue plan is about to be activated. The fact of death will be erased by consuming 1 million. Beep, 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 beep. Erase successful. When he stood at the door of the manor for the third time, Ryudo's first reaction was to cover his head. After all, from the results of the attempt just now, the current situation was still very frustrating. The first time Ryudo was blown away by the big bomb. It could be said that Ayam consciously controlled the detonation of the bomb. But in the second death just now, Ryudo was sure that Ayam didn't realize that she was dead. That was to say, she couldn't detonate it at all, but the bomb still exploded. From this point of view, Ryudo could come up with two conjectures. The first conjecture was that the detonation mechanism of the big bomb was not controlled by Ayam, but by a third party, and that person was observing the situation at the pavilion from a distance. As long as something happened to Ayam, it would immediately detonate and bury Ryudo with her. The second conjecture was that the detonation mechanism of the bomb might be related to Ayam's heartbeat or other vital signs. That was to say, as long as it detected that Iam's heartbeat had stopped, the bomb would immediately detonate automatically and not be controlled by a person's actions. Considering Iam's consistent style of never putting her life in the hands of others, Ryudo still felt that the second conjecture was more realistic. As long as Iam died, the bomb would automatically detonate. If that was the case, it meant that Ryudo couldn't kill Iam in this manner no matter what, otherwise he couldn't escape. Well, if that's the case, how about trying to kill from a distance? Just as Ryudo was thinking about the third strategy, Lon, who was in charge of driving, said in a trembling voice, "That, I have sent you here, can I go now?" "Wait, don't go yet." However, Ryudo hurriedly called out to him. Then, he leaped forward and landed steadily on the vintage car. Although Longtu wanted to find a higher place as a sniping point, because there were no houses or trees around, he could only find a car to make do. If I remember correctly, the pavilion should be in that direction. Let's give it a try. Boss Tongsheng? What exactly do you want? Yeah. Just as Lon was wondering why Ryudo would climb onto the car, he saw Ryudo suddenly pull out a huge rocket launcher from his crotch. His face turned pale with fright. It was a really big rocket launcher. The cylindrical body looked to be about 1.5 meters long, and the muzzle diameter was at least a dozen centimeters. Carrying it on his shoulder was like carrying a small chimney. What's going on? Was this the legendary Big Brother Extreme Dao's special ability? Or was Ryuto Kiryu a magician? Previously, Lon also heard that some residents of the underground world would hide some weapons on their bodies. He heard a lot of things like guns hidden in their pants, knives hidden in their buttocks, and sticks hidden in their belts. But Lon never thought that he would actually be able to see this Big Brother Extreme Dao perform, hiding a rocket launcher in his crotch at close range. This was something he could brag about for a lifetime. After all, how could a normal person hide a rocket launcher in his crotch? Even a magician would have to admit defeat, not to mention that this rocket launcher was a real thing that could be fired directly. Just as Lon looked at Ryuto with a stunned, flabbergasted look, and unconsciously reached out to touch his crotch, wanting to know how much difference there was between his crotch and Ryuto's. Ryuto had already aimed the giant rocket launcher in his hand at the direction of the manor in front of him. Distance, 867 meters. Wind, 10 kilometers per hour. Angle, 47 degrees and 23 minutes in front. No problem, the data is correct. After carrying his beloved Rogue Black Tech rocket launcher and aiming the muzzle at the pavilion where Iam was, Ryuto nodded slightly. If he directly blew up Iam from this distance, which was outside the manor, then no matter how much the manor exploded, it shouldn't affect the people outside. Maybe this was the solution. So in the next moment, Ryuto didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. Whoosh! Accompanied by a burst of explosive sounds, the huge 120mm rocket flew toward the manor with a trail of black flame. Sparks and lightning flashed all the way. The rocket's flight path was in a parabola, and it just happened to hit the pavilion area behind the building. If Ryuto remembered the distance correctly, the landing point should be just above the pavilion. If this rocket could directly hit the pavilion, Iam inside would definitely die on the spot, unless, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time as the rocket flew over the manor, several anti-air missiles immediately soared from the nearby ground and rushed toward the rocket. Boom! The two sides collided fiercely, and a burst of giant flame flowers that were much more beautiful than ordinary fireworks erupted above the manor. The violent impact even spread 800 meters away, and it almost blew Lon, who was already stunned, to the ground. But it was useless. Ryuto's rocket just now obviously didn't hurt Iam at all. After all, it was intercepted and detonated halfway, and it couldn't even get close to the enemy. At the same time, several other missiles automatically flew toward the location where the previous rocket was launched, which was the direction of Ryuto, Lon, and the old car. This should be the manor's automatic attack device. Okay, you win, it's just a manor. Is there a need to make it like a military base? When the missiles quickly fell and turned the area where Ryuto was into a sea of fire, Ryuto couldn't help but raise his hand and made a goodbye gesture to the manor in front of him. Just like this, the fire flashed, and he was finished. Detected that the host is on the verge of death. An emergency rescue plan is about to be activated, and the fact of death will be erased by spending 1 million. Beep, 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 beep. Erase successful. The fourth time, as his vision blurred, Ryudo was already standing at the entrance of the manor for the fourth time. That woman is really sick. I really underestimated her. After falling in the same place 3 times in a row, even Ryudo had to admit defeat to Iam's manor that was built like an iron wall. If he took the initiative to enter the manor, although he could get the opportunity to kill Iam, he would be directly blown away by the bomb after killing her. If he didn't take the initiative to enter the manor and just attacked outside, he would be intercepted by all kinds of random things, and might even be killed instead. No matter whether he went in or not, the result was the same. There was no way to kill Iam and retreat at the same time. What should I do? Or should I just arrange for a large force to attack? But if I really want to attack, I have to first disable all the defenses inside. Or else who knows how many people will die for nothing. Just thinking about how the missiles that killed him last time flew out and blew up the people of the Black Hand Alliance into pieces, Ryudo couldn't help but feel a headache. From the current situation, the manor's defenses were much more exaggerated than Ryudo's initial estimation, and attacking head-on would be the stupidest thing to do. If that's the case, there's only one way left, which is to trick Iam out alive and kill her. Suddenly, Ryudo thought for a few seconds, and finally came up with this last resort. If he killed Iam in the manor, the bomb would explode and no one would be able to escape. But if he thought of a way to trick or kidnap Iam outside and then kill her, not only would the bomb not affect Ryudo's side, it would even take away a large number of enemies of the Heavenly Eye group. I've decided. I'll pretend that I regret not meeting her earlier and see if I can trick her out. No matter how smart and cunning Iam was, she was still a girl in love. She could be considered a girl for now, and Iam shouldn't have lost her virginity yet. Hence, since Ryudo already knew most of her personality, likes, and past experiences, as well as the fact that she really liked him, it wasn't difficult to come up with a strategy. Hence, the goal this time was to capture Iam and make her lower her guard against him. As long as he successfully captured Iam, then Ryudo could try to trick her out of the manor and deal with her later. Although this method wasn't very honorable, and it was shameless to use the enemy's love for him, Ryudo had no other choice but to try being a real scumbag for once. However, just as Ryudo was thinking of a method to capture her for the 4th time, Lon, who was in charge of driving, said in a trembling voice, I've already sent you here, can I go now? Wait a moment. Originally, Ryudo wanted to tell Lon not to worry about his family and to drive slowly so that nothing would happen, but thinking that he still had to think of a way to please Iam later, he stopped halfway. This time, Lon couldn't save her. If Ryudo saved Lon, then Iam would know that he was prepared and would definitely be more cautious. This wouldn't be good for getting closer to Iam later. What should I do? I can't save Lon, but if I just watch an innocent person die, what's the difference between me and Iam? Thinking of this, Longdo felt a little awkward. After all, he had just said to Yongji, but there are some things that I will never do, and that is involving unrelated civilians. Such righteous words like, but there are some things that I will never do, and that is involving unrelated civilians. It wasn't good to slap his own face on the spot. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Seeing Ryudo lowered his head and didn't say anything, Lon quickly turned on the car key and prepared to leave. Got it. But before Lon left, Ryudo had an idea. He tore off a few pieces of his clothes and stuffed them into the exhaust pipe of the old car, blocking most of the exhaust pipe. Chapter 351. If the exhaust pipe of the car was completely blocked, it would cause the car to be unable to drive. Therefore, Ryudo did not directly block the exhaust pipe. Instead, he blocked most of Lan's old car so that while he could drive the car away, the power of the car would be extremely low, so there was no way for him to drive at a high speed. This approach was more or less risky, but at least it was much better than Lon speeding for a while and then overturning the car into a meat patty. After quietly sending a message to the command center, Telling them to go to Lan's house to prepare to defuse the bomb, Ryudo quickly walked into the manor. Because the goal this time was to capture Iam, it was different from the previous times. After Ryudo saw Lin Hua, he did not go to the pavilion immediately. Instead, he asked to find a dressing room to change clothes. Hurry up, Lady Iam is waiting. By the way, why did you only change after you came? Seeing Ryudo walk into the dressing room, Lin Hua said impatiently, as if he did not understand Ryudo's strange brain circuit at all. Okay, don't rush me, I'll be done soon. Ryudo quickly took off the clothes on his body while choosing a new set of clothes from the Krypton shopping mall. Because he didn't know that he was here for a date, Ryudo wore a set of tight-fitting fighting clothes. Although this set of clothes vividly displayed his strong body and could be considered handsome, it still lacked a bit of romance and did not seem so seductive. What Ryudo wanted to do now was to use his powerful charm to conquer Iam and trick her out of the manor. So, dang 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 dang. Hooligan's flashy suit. When Ryudo spent 5 million to buy the suit, the very flashy white suit with a little pink color appeared in his hand with the sound of Doraemon taking out props. Since he wanted to capture Iam, the first thing he had to do was to look good. After all, humans were visual creatures. Iam was wearing a beautiful light pink dress, so how could Ryudo be so boring? As a matter of fact, he immediately got a set of flashy clothes, striving to be a perfect match for her. According to the description of the shopping mall, this hooligan's flashy suit was specially used for all kinds of playboys. It could emphasize the charm of men and attract the attention of women. Although the price was also very flashy, it was 5 million per set, which was simply robbery. But it had to be said that expensive things had some benefits. Whether it was worth it or not was another matter. When Ryudo put on the hooligan's flashy suit and the hooligan's flashy leather shoes, he looked at the super invincible little fresh meat in the mirror that exuded a coquettish aura from head to toe. He could not help but nod with satisfaction. Speaking of which, Long Do's appearance and figure were already at the level of a model. The suit he was wearing was also very good-looking. It was both coquettish and a little coquettish. It was as if the suit was tailor-made for his body. Such a top-notch handsome man, even in the world's idol circle, was also the best of the best. He was almost at the level of having 1 billion fans on the spot when he debuted today. So not long after, when Lin Hua saw the man who walked out of the dressing room, her eyes unconsciously widened a lot, like a goldfish out of water, and even her red lips were slightly drooling. So coquettish bah, so handsome. At this moment, the man who appeared in front of Lin Hua had an incomparably handsome appearance, a graceful temperament, and an extremely coquettish appearance. It was as if a casual photo of him could be used as a reference book for men's clothing, and it could be recorded on the cover of any magazine in the world. When she saw Ryudo, Lin Hua's heart softened. Her heart softened, her legs also softened, and she couldn't help but sit down in a daze. Hey, be careful. At this time, Ryudo also very gentlemanly helped her up and gently reminded her in her ear. Oh. The moment she was treated like this, Lin Hua only felt a huge wave hitting her heart. She hurriedly shook off Ryudo's hand and rushed into the bathroom next to her. After 3 minutes, she staggered out. Too scary. What kind of magical charm is this? She stretched out her hand and pinched her wet thighs, then reluctantly turned her head away from Ryudo and said in a slightly hoarse voice, Let's go see Iam. Humph, very good. It worked. Looking at Lin Hua, who was so charmed by him that she almost couldn't walk, Ryudo nodded behind her, and at the same time, he had a more intuitive understanding of the power of the hooligan suit on his body. Speaking of which, Ryudo's personal charm was originally at the level of LV5 Extreme Superman level, and it should be very magical. Even if he didn't usually emit this kind of charm, he had already charmed thousands of girls and young men. At this moment, coupled with this flashy suit that could bring out his charm to the greatest extent, it was simply donkey meat with roasted meat, chicken with mushrooms, pork ribs with potatoes, mutton with green onions, tomatoes with eggs. It could only be described with the word perfect. So in the process of going to the pavilion this time, Ryudo was walking valiantly with a confident smile on his face, and he came to the peerless beauty, Tinmu Ayam. At this time, Ayam, who was reading a book, 100 Ways to Train a Man into a Dog because she was bored, also noticed the existence of the visitor. She raised her head and showed a gentle smile, and smiled, Ryudo-kun, you are here. Huh. Originally, Ayam had a smile on her face when she spoke, and her tone was very gentle. But when she saw Ryudo's appearance at this time, she was suddenly embarrassed, and her expression became extremely surprised. It was like seeing a SpongeBob SquarePants wearing Michael Jackson's black suit jumping into the crater of a volcano. Obviously, Ayam's sudden embarrassed expression at this time made Ryudo feel very satisfied. He also thought that it was his earth-shattering charm that convinced the other party. What do you think? Don't I look handsome now? Hurry up and look at me with a passionate gaze, just like Johanna who almost peed her pants just now. Thinking of this, Ryudo unconsciously reached out and swept the hair on his forehead, and made a very handsome standing posture. However, just as this hooligan was posing, Ayam was thinking, who the F***ck are you? That's right, who the F***ck are you? Are you Ryuto Kiryu? Are you the hooligan that this old lady likes? You're the one who loves freedom and has a hooligan temperament that seeps into your bones? For a moment, Ayam had a strong suspicion of her eyes, or a strong suspicion of Ryudo's brain. After a while, Ayam realized that she was not seeing things. Ryudo really came here wearing a white and pink flashy suit, and he was making a rather flirtatious expression and action to her. At that moment, Ayam felt that her IQ and taste were seriously insulted. How can this be? How could he wear such a tasteless suit here? Where is the tight clothes that he usually likes to wear that perfectly show his figure? If he insists on wearing a suit, that dark gold dragon suit is pretty good, right? What the hell is this white and pink flashy suit? It completely covered up all the excellent aspects of Ryudo, making him a trashy playboy that can be seen everywhere. In the end, what did Ayam like about Ryuto? It was not his appearance, but his aura and ruthlessness that despised convention, looked down on everything, looked down on everyone, looked down on everyone, and looked down on the world. The one who dared to raise his middle finger in front of the entire Japan in front of the Kokyo. The one who killed a martial arts master and the empress of a country without hesitation. That person had trampled the upper class like mud under her feet. The one who made the underground world submit to him. The one who fought with the Tianmu clan one after another. The man who did so many things. This was the Long Do that Youngji liked. This was the man that made her young girl's heart that she thought had long disappeared without a trace. But what the hell was this dragon's battle that appeared now? He was wearing a flashy pink and white suit. Those who did not know would think that he was going to walk on the runway. He had a bright and elegant smile on his face. It was obvious that he was an expert at tricking girls. He was also holding a bouquet of fresh red roses in his hand. It was obvious that he did not put in any effort. How could this trashy scumbag that could be seen everywhere at banquets be the supreme emperor that Ayam liked? Disappointment, 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 sigh. Instantly, Ayam took a deep breath. At the same time, she covered her forehead with her fair hand. It was as if she was greatly disappointed in Ryuto. She even subconsciously muttered, "It's not like this. The Ryuto Kiryu that I like is not like this. What the hell is this?" "What? Miss Ayam, what did you just say?" However, Ryuto clearly did not feel Ayam's disappointment. Instead, he was immersed in the fantasy of "I'm so handsome." Or it could be said that it was not a fantasy because the Ryudo that had been specially cleaned up was actually very handsome. It was the kind of handsomeness that could charm thousands of girls. Unfortunately, Eternal Concubine Amaterasu and thousands of girls were obviously different species that were completely unrelated. Therefore, after hearing Ryudo's gentle and elegant question, Ayam could only cover her forehead and weakly reply, "I just said, to let you die far away." "What? Let me die far away?" This time, Ryudo finally heard Ayam's reply clearly. But before he could react to this woman's craziness, Ayam had already pressed the red emergency backup button under the table without hesitation. The moment the button was pressed, the head of the intelligence department, Huan En, and the head of the defense department, Lin Hua, who were waiting for orders in the basement not far away, quickly brought their subordinates and rushed out. The flames of war were inexplicably triggered. Chapter 352. Because this matter was related to the safety of the big boss, the group of mercenary guards and black feather ninja lying in ambush in the basement were obviously elites carefully selected from various departments. Almost 2 to 3 seconds later, a large group of people rushed out of the surrounding underground tunnels, surrounding the small pavilion with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. In front of the group of ninjas, the leader of the black feather ninja, who fought with Ryudo before, couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Ryudo Kiryu, I'll see where you can escape to this time. Everyone, get ready to destroy the enemy. In addition to Huan En, who appeared here with a group of ninjas, Lin Hannah, who was in charge of commanding the mercenary guards, also conveyed orders to her subordinates in a cold tone, but there was a slight flicker in her eyes. What's going on? What's going on here, Ryudo-kun? You and Sama have only met for a few minutes, and you've already fallen out with her? Isn't it too fast? In fact, in Lin Hannah's view, this time Ryudo came to Sama with sincerity. The man, who was usually slovenly, even changed his clothes and brought a bouquet of fresh flowers from his room. That was all there was to it. But why? Why did the two sides fall out with each other in such a short time? Lin Hannah didn't understand this problem at all, but since she was the head of the security department, she could only command her subordinates to point their guns at Ryudo. Of course, it wasn't just Lin Hannah who didn't understand. In fact, even Ryudo himself was confused. What's going on? What's going on here, Sama? Last time, I came here casually wearing clothes, and I didn't have any flowers in my hand. My attitude wasn't gentle at all, but you entertained me with a smile. And this time, when I came to ask you for a date, I was so sincere. I specially changed my clothes and collected a bouquet of flowers, but your reaction was to tell me to go away? Who did I offend in the end? Which part of it is not to your liking? Ryudo's handsome face suddenly became very depressed when he was surrounded by the 2 ministers of the intelligence department and the guard department, as well as hundreds of elite members. He was not depressed because he was surrounded by so many enemies, but because he was rejected by That's right, Ryudo Kiryu, am here to confess my love to you. In the end, not only did you not accept it, you even directly asked someone to scatter my ashes. Am I that detestable? At this time, Ryudo could only sigh and say, if you want to reject me, you should at least let me know where I went wrong, right? What went wrong? You still have the nerve to ask? Yongji showed a disdainful expression when she heard that. She said coldly, take a piss and look at yourself. You're dressed like a toad that has become a demon. You're so gaudy and have no masculinity at all. I feel like vomiting when I see you. Bah. The last sentence wasn't Yongji's adjective. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people around, she probably would have found a place to vomit. The current dragon fight was that disgusting in her eyes. Trash, 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 trash. Even wanted to find a small piece of paper filled with 1,000 pieces of trash and directly slap it on Ryudo's smelly face that thought he was handsome, to let him know what kind of trash he was. Toad. Toad became a spirit? This is too insulting. After being mercilessly scolded by in front of so many people, Ryudo also felt embarrassed. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it on the spot. At the same time, Huan En, who was already unhappy with Ryudo, was laughing from ear to ear. She also laughed loudly and said, ignorant thing. A toad lusting after a swan's meat. How could Lord Yongji fancy such a lowly, smelly person like you? Before she finished her words, a white and pink figure appeared in front of him like a phantom. Ancient Bajiquan, ultimate mystery, iron fist, unparalleled strike. Suddenly, Ryudo's front foot had already landed. At the same time, the surrounding ground suddenly seemed to have a violent tremor. The dust turned into a dust wall and very evenly floated up about 1/2 meter. 8 extremities meant that one's force could reach extremely far in all directions. For dragon fighting, who had purchased this ancient killing technique to 100% proficiency, extremely far in all directions wasn't just an adjective. It was a true fact that one could achieve such a feat suddenly. He saw his foot land, and the power from the ground, with the foot as the leg as the waist, the belt as the shoulder as the elbow, and finally the elbow as the fist, as if the muscles and joints of the whole body were twisted into a rope, and a burst of explosive sound was released. Pa! Explosive sound. It was a real explosive sound. When Ryudo's fist was blasted in the direction of Huan En at the same time, his arms seemed to have disappeared in the air, and the ears of the surrounding people clearly heard a burst of ear-piercing explosive sound. That was the explosive sound of a whip, and it was as if the air was being hit by a violent movement. The explosive sound came out of the body, and the strength of every inch of Ryudo's muscles also coordinated with the power of the stomp and the Dan force released from his dantian to spread out. This incomparably huge force further shook the joints when it passed through each joint, causing the rotation of the force to accelerate, and further increasing the power of the final explosion. This attack was the strongest attack in the ancient Bajiquan that Ryudo mastered, and it was also the strongest fist in the world. 100% proficiency of the technique, coupled with the physical ability of LV5 Physique, Extreme Superman, and 100% opening of the chi. When this punch that was close to the Xuanhuan realm landed on Huan An's body, he almost couldn't feel anything, and he would never be able to feel anything in the future. Bang! Following the second explosion, the head of the Heavenly Eye Group, Intelligence Department, who was standing there perfectly fine, suddenly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Yes, he wasn't sent flying by a punch, nor was he killed or even penetrated by a punch, but he was turned into a cloud of blood mist by a punch. Because the power of this punch was so terrifying that Huan An's body was almost completely shattered. His flesh, bones, and organs were all smashed into a cloud of blood mist, and along with the fierce wind of the punch, it splashed onto the group of black feather ninjas behind him. After the punch, Huan An's body completely disappeared, and the group of black feather ninjas who were standing behind him, who were originally dressed in black, were also stained with large patches of blood, as if someone had painted a picture with blood. This scene was so shocking that it even made people wonder if Ryuto was holding a grenade in his hand. That clearly wasn't the case. He had only thrown out a single punch. He had used his full strength in a fit of rage. That was all. Seeing the surrounding air suddenly became dead silent, Ryudo slowly raised his head, looked around, and asked lightly, "Besides that idiot just now, who else wants to laugh? Stand up for me." Before his voice fell, a strong, murderous aura blew around like frost. Even the mercenary guards who climbed up from the pile of corpses, or the ninjas who have been killing people since childhood, couldn't help but feel cold all over. It's too terrifying. This murderous aura, is it really something that a human can emit? When the sky emits murderous aura, the stars move. When the earth emits murderous aura, dragons and snakes rise. When people emit murderous aura, heaven and earth turn upside down. At this time, the murderous aura released by Ryudo even made a big shot like Lin Hua couldn't help but be secretly shocked, not to mention the group of minions. Not to mention the group of elites. This guy was angry out of humiliation. Looking at the cold expression on Ryudo's face, listening to his tone containing strong murderous aura, Lin Hua understood the man's mood at this time. In fact, at the beginning, when Ryudo was mocked by Ayam-sama, his mood was very awkward, and he couldn't wait to dig a hole and bury himself. But at this moment of awkwardness, that idiot from Huan and ridiculed him in front of so many people. This caused Long Do's awkwardness to turn into anger. In Ryudo's view, Ayam laughed at him. After all, it was his own joke, and being laughed at by a woman, he could only let it go. But Huanan, that stinking trash, dared to laugh at him? Who the F***ck do you think you are? Ayam laughed. You also laughed. Laugh. Do you have the qualification to laugh at me? Who do you think you are, don't you know? So after Huanan laughed, Ryudo immediately became angry. He rushed directly and did not hesitate to use the ultimate mystery of this ancient Bajiquan. With one punch, the idiot who had no eyesight was turned into a bloody foam. That punch just now also represented the highest level of Ryudo's full strength. It was almost the level of killing gods and Buddhas, except for a real alien descending to the world to fight with him. No one could block this extremely exaggerated punch that could turn people into bloody foam. Such an exaggerated punch naturally gave Yongji a fright. She didn't expect that a mere human's body of flesh and blood could actually explode with such exaggerated power. In the next second, I am decisively ordered, everyone take that hell butterfly, kill him. So just now, Ryudo's punch that turned Huanan into a bloody foam was very shocking, but the mercenaries and ninjas around were still not afraid. They hurriedly took out a black, modified version of the hell butterfly anesthetic from their sleeves and stuffed it into their mouths. Immediately, a bloody aura erupted from their bodies, and they turned into countless enormous Frankenstein monsters that charged at Long Do. This group of Frankenstein monsters was not simple. The hell butterfly that was later improved by Yomi could retain the user's intelligence to the greatest extent, and it would not become a rampaging beast. In other words, the marksmanship of this group of mercenaries and the skills of the Black Feather Ninja could continue to play a role after the mutation, but it was purely to enhance the physical ability. What a terrifying army this was! But even so, Ryudo was not afraid in the face of this terrifying army of science and technology. Instead, he held his head high and fought with them. For a time, the surroundings of the pavilion seemed to have become a battlefield. All kinds of gunshots, shouts, fighting sounds, and wind sounds overlapped with each other. It was chaotic to the extreme. Chapter 353. Detected that the host is on the verge of death, about to activate the emergency rescue plan, by spending 1 million to erase the fact of death. Beep, 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 erase successful. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Long Do finally woke up with a familiar sound from the system. In the fifth rebirth, what appeared in front of him was still the beautiful manor. However, not long ago, this seemingly peaceful manor was dyed red by blood and severed limbs. Good heavens! I've only killed about 60 of them, and I can't do it anymore. Those monsters are too strong. When he thought of the most powerful battle he had ever encountered in his life, Ryudo couldn't help but feel a little numb. Too strong. This group of elites under I am is really too strong. The Black Feather Ninja from the Heavenly Eye Group Intelligence Department was originally a group of top assassins on the same level as the Guardian Ninja, and they had mastered many inside skills with amazing lethality. Although the leader Huanan was dead, the dozens of Black Feather Ninjas around were also the elites of this group, and they also had a lot of ninja tools on them, which was very difficult to deal with. The other group of mercenary guards from the Heavenly Eye Group weren't easy to deal with either. Not only were they proficient in using all kinds of firearms, but they were also shockingly strong in close-range combat. Of course, if these two groups of people were in a normal state, they would definitely not be enough for Ryudo to kill. But the problem was that they had the improved version of Hell Butterfly in their hands, which was really too deadly. Perhaps because Ryudo's transmigration caused a huge change in the world line, the Heavenly Eye Group. Pharmacy Department in the original Red Album 2. No survivors didn't develop such a terrifying drug. After taking this thing, the physical ability of the group of Black Feather Ninjas and mercenary guards almost reached the exaggerated LV4. International Warrior, or even LV5. Extreme Superman. And this kind of superhuman drug not only greatly enhanced physique and courage after taking it, but the most terrifying thing was that it didn't decrease intelligence, and it could use the user's ability incisively and vividly. Therefore, when they collectively took this drug, the scene became very terrifying. Hundreds of people with physical abilities comparable to monsters either took out guns, cannons, poisonous knives, bombs, or some other strange things, and rushed toward Ryudo like mad dogs. They were not afraid of death, bullets, and grenades. Even killing them with ancient eight extremities fist and bone-twisting dragon hand was not an easy task. To think that there were over 100 of such terrifying monsters. How could this make any sense? Of course, if the word monster was mentioned, then in the eyes of the other party, Ryu was the real monster. Yongji, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded when she saw him charge into the battlefield as if there was no one around him. If those mercenaries and ninjas, they were monsters of 100 monsters of a monster of a 1,000 of a monster. Of course, Ryudo be a general of 1,000. Even the surging crowd could not stop the man in the pink and white suit from stirring up trouble inside. His figure was as fast as lightning, and every punch and kick was powerful enough to break bones and tear muscles. As he fought, he took out all kinds of strange guns, and like a god of guns, he madly fired at the monsters. Even the fiercest mercenaries could not stop him, and even the most elite ninjas could not kill him. Seeing her subordinates who took the improved version of Hell Butterfly fall to the ground, Im was numb. What is this thing? Is he really a human? When Ryudo killed 20 to 30 mercenaries and ninjas in a short 10 minutes and flew between the countless bullets, shurikens, and bombs, Im could not imagine that this was a living human. Even so, Long Do wasn't able to kill all of the monsters. He was still a human being after all. As the battle progressed, Long Daodu, who was running at full speed every second, gradually lost his stamina, causing his movements to become slower and slower. It also became more and more difficult for him to pass through the crowd. In the end, Ryudo was finally hugged by several black feather ninjas, and they detonated the sticky bombs on him. Everyone flew into the sky together. The scene changed, and Ryudo returned to the gate of the manor, and everything was back to the beginning again. It had to be said that the great battle just now was very helpful for Ryudo to understand the limits of his strength. His attributes have almost been raised to the maximum, reaching the limit of human individual combat power. But even if he reached the limit of human individual combat power, he was still a human, a living body of flesh and blood. As long as he was a human with flesh and blood, there would be times when he was tired and exhausted. If he was surrounded by a large number of elite soldiers, there was still a possibility that he would die under various methods due to lack of physical strength. 60 to 70 of the most elite soldiers of the Heavenly Eye group, together with the improved Hell Butterfly and countless firearms and other hot weapons, was enough to kill him in an open space. After all, this was the limit of a human, and the only way to break through the limit was to not be a human. But unfortunately, Ryudo did not have a way to not be a human so far. After sending Lon off again, and stuffing some clothes into his car's tailpipe to ensure that he could not drive too fast, and sending a text message to the command center, Ryudo once again walked into the manor. This time, he did not change his clothes, nor did he do anything fancy, because the lesson from last time was enough. Obviously, Im's taste was completely different from a normal woman's. The fashionable outfit that made Lin Hua want to sit on the ground and spit out water, in Im's eyes, was not manly at all, and it was even disgusting. What else could Ryudo say? He could only admit that he did not understand a woman's heart and made a fool of himself. So this time, just like the first time, he walked over to Yongji without any regard for his own family. Ryuto-kun, you're here. At this time, Im, who was holding a book and killing time in the pavilion, also noticed the presence of the visitor, so she raised her head and showed a gentle smile, stood up and walked down the pavilion to take the initiative to invite him in. When the two of them sat together and looked at each other, Ryudo smiled and praised, "Really, it's better to meet you in person than to hear about you. You're much more beautiful than I thought." No woman would refuse a man's praise, especially a man that she liked. So Im's lips curled up slightly, and she said with a smile, "You really know how to talk. But I like to hear that. Hee, you look even better when you smile. I like to see your smiling face." "Really? Then you have to find a way to make me smile." "That's not a problem. But simply making you smile is not interesting enough. I have an interesting way to play. Oh. Ayam raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion, can this be used to play? At this time, Ayam and Ryudo had a table full of delicious food in front of them, and naturally, there were several bottles of good wine next to them. Ryudo picked up a bottle of vodka with more than 60 degrees of alcohol, opened it, and poured a glass for Ayam and himself. He said with a smile, the way to play is like this. If I can make you laugh in 5 seconds, then you drink a glass of wine. Otherwise, I will drink a glass. Because this time Ryuto intended to get closer to Ayam, he used his specialty, drinking to get close to her. Speaking of drinks, Ryuto had played a very good role in his past career of picking up girls. As early as more than a year ago, Ryuto relied on taking Yunyin to drink in a tavern to get the first girlfriend in his life. Not long ago, Ryuto also relied on this thing to get Dunya and Colored Glaze drunk, making the two harem who always couldn't stand each other a lot better in terms of relationship. So now what Ryuto had to do was to get Ayam drunk. It was best to get her completely drunk. Then, he could directly put her in the car and take her out of the manor. After hearing Ryuto's play, Ayam also clapped her hands and smiled. Okay, as long as you can make me laugh, 1 or 2 glasses of wine are nothing. That's right, to Yongji, what does 1 or 2 cups of wine count for? However, Ryuto didn't say that letting her drink 1 or 2 glasses of wine would be enough. With Ryuto's current fast enough reaction, high IQ, and so many jokes and performance methods that he read online in his previous life, it was really easy to make Ayam drink. In this way, accompanied by Ryuto's various internet jokes and exaggerated performances, there were bursts of laughter in the pavilion, and at the same time, there were waves of drinking sounds. Just like that, the two of them ate, drank, chatted, and fooled around. Unknowingly, an hour had passed just like that, and Yongji was already a little dizzy from drinking. It should be about time, right? Looking at the stunning woman in front of him who drank until her cheeks were red and her eyes were blurred, Ryuto nodded slightly. He quickly came to Ayam, who was about to fall on the table, and helped her up. He said in her ear, let's go. I will take you. But before Ryuto finished his words, Ayam suddenly stretched out her soft and slender arms and hooked his neck. In a split second, the pair of intoxicated eyes looked directly at Ryuto's eyes. The bottom cherry lips with the smell of wine slowly opened, and said in a sweet voice, Ryuto-kun, I think I'm drunk. Help me back to the room. Let's go to bed to rest and chat. How about it? Slurp. Speaking until here, Ayam couldn't help but stretch out her pink tongue and lick her lips. Obviously, her so-called rest was definitely not the kind of rest that normal people would have, and chat was definitely not the kind of chat that normal people would have. When his eyes looked at the blurred eyes, his nose smelled the tempting sweet fragrance, and he could vaguely feel the soft body in front of him. At that moment, Ryuto really couldn't take it anymore. Well, other than castrated men and some men with special fetishes, normal men shouldn't be able to take it. Chapter 354. What? What should I do? When the drunk Ayam requested to go to the room to rest, Ryuto really felt his whole body go numb. If it was from the standpoint of a man, of course, he wouldn't say no. After all, he was holding a peerless beauty in his arms. But from the perspective of the great male lead, as a real man with 3 harems, and as a hero who was preparing to save the world, doing so would be too unkind. After all, Ayam was the final boss, the villain. As the male protagonist, how could he have this kind of relationship with the final boss? Wouldn't that make him look like a pervert? No, he must reject her. He must reject her righteously. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are beautiful and charming. So, facing Ayam's temptation, Ryuto took a deep breath and shook his head. Then he said righteously, Miss Ayam, how do you get to your room? After hearing Ryuto's obedient reply, Ayam happily kissed him on the face, put her hands around his neck and smiled. Over there, hurry up, I can't wait. Just like that, Long-Do hugged the villain in his arms like a princess and walked towards the house not far away. As the sound of a mallet being struck rang out, the image of a trial instantly appeared in Long Do's mind. In the dim mental space, a golden retriever holding a mallet and wearing a judge's long hair was sitting on the highest seat. It looked calm as if it was about to fall asleep. Schwa. When the lights on the left and right suddenly flashed, Ryudo Kiryu, evil, who was standing in the lawyer's seat, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and showed a cunning expression. On the other side, Ryudo Kiryu, good, who was standing in the prosecutor's seat, held a whip in his hand and looked at Ryuto in the defendant's seat like he was looking at garbage. What's going on? Didn't I just accept Iam's temptation and want to go back to the room with her? Why did this trial suddenly appear in my mind? Just as Ryuto himself was standing in the defendant's seat, the golden retriever wearing the judge's long hair knocked the mallet again. It said in a tone that seemed to come from the clouds, "Next." The defendant Ryudo Kiryu couldn't resist the witch's temptation and tried to commit a crime of misconduct. What? Crime of misconduct? This. Defendant, please shut up, or you will be sentenced to death. Pa. After knocking the mallet again, the golden retriever said to the prosecutor, "First, the prosecution. Because this isn't the formal court procedure, both sides, as long as the meaning is." Suddenly, the prosecutor, Ryudo, the prosecutor, and BB, die. Prosecutor Long Do snorted coldly. You're the kind of person who can't move when you see a beautiful woman. You're the kind of person who enters a room when she asks you to. You're the kind of person whose morals follow your facial features. You're a pervert who cheats on others. You don't have to say that, do you? After being scolded, Ryudo's head drooped. But at this time, the lawyer, Ryudo, pushed up his glasses and said in a gloomy tone, "Prosecutor, you're wrong. The defendant hasn't committed adultery yet, right? But he's about to carry her into the room. If that's not committing adultery, then what is? Indeed, it's undeniable that the defendant wants to have a relationship beyond friendship with the beauty, but it's not considered adultery, because he can commit suicide after doing it and start everything over." What? When the lawyer, Ryudo, brought up such an important piece of evidence, the prosecutor, Ryudo, couldn't help but widen his eyes. The lawyer, Ryudo, continued, "As long as the timeline goes back to when they first entered the manor, then no matter what the defendant did before going back, it won't count. There's no doubt about this, right? This, the law seems to be, but in terms of morality." Seeing the prosecutor, Ryudo, break out in cold sweat, the lawyer, Ryudo, smiled and said, "Whether it's legally or morally, committing adultery after going back in time isn't considered adultery. So even if the defendant went back in time 100 times and had sex with the beauty 100 times, as long as he went back in time at the last time, it won't count as adultery." When he said the last sentence, Lawyer Long Do suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at Prosecutor Long Do in the prosecutor's seat with an unyielding attitude. He revealed an expression of victory. Woo 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 woo. As for Prosecutor Ryudo, it was as if he had been struck by the ultimate profound, unparalleled iron fist. His entire body vanished into the darkness. Pa. As the head inquisitor's voice faded away, the court in Ryudo's mind also ended. The head inquisitor also gave him a very shameless method. Right? As long as I keep going back, wouldn't I be able to do anything? No matter what, it wasn't considered cheating? When Ryudo carried Iam's bouncy, fragrant, and soft body into the inner room, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His heart began to stir. As a man, Long Do was not interested in Yongji's body. Of course, he was interested. After all, she was the true #1 beauty in the world. In addition to her extremely special identity, the feeling of carrying such a woman to bed would definitely be irresistible. However, Ryudo couldn't do that. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he couldn't do that. In public, he was the leader of the Black Hand Alliance and the enemy of the Heavenly Eye Group. Both sides were at opposite ends of the scale. It was impossible for them to coexist. They had to fight until one side disappeared. In private, he was the future husband of 3 women. Moreover, Yunyan was pregnant with Ryudo's child. It would be too despicable of him to have an affair at this time. So this time, even if Long Do was willing to sell a little bit of his body to seduce Yongji, he had never thought of making it real with her. He wanted to have a good time with her and have a good time with her. However, when he remembered that he still had the ability to go back, Ryudo seemed to see a brand new path of scum slowly opening up in front of him. That's right. If I didn't pay, it wouldn't be considered prostitution. How could going back in time be considered cheating? If going back in time after having sex is considered cheating, then after dying so many times, wouldn't I be a dead man? Moreover, Ayam had harmed me greatly before. If I coughed at her a few times, it would be considered as collecting some interest. It doesn't seem to be too much of a thing, right? In the end, as long as I commit suicide and go back in time, I can just turn around and leave the manor. No one will suffer any losses. And that makes sense. After using such a seemingly reasonable but actually messy fallacy to convince himself, Ryudo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and happily pushed open the door of the suite. When the door was pushed open, there was a big red love bed inside. There were 2 pillows with the word yes on the bed. There were also many roses scattered on the carpet. It looked very familiar. It was as if the lovers' hotel had been moved over. Walking into the room, Ryudo excitedly placed Ayam on the bed. Looking at her plump buttocks that vibrated when they collided with the bed, he couldn't help but stare. However, Ayam stretched out her hand and touched his forehead. She smiled and said, "Go take a shower first before going to bed. I don't like the smell of sweat on my body." Since Ayam said so, Ryudo could only climb off the bed and walk towards the bathroom. He thought in his heart that this girl was quite fond of cleanliness. In a while, he would let her know why the flowers were so red. Not long after, Ryudo took off his clothes and went under the shower head. He turned on the water valve and let the warm water flow on his muscular body. Dula 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 dula, thinking that he could take revenge on Ayam, this stinky woman. In a while, Ryudo couldn't help but hum excitedly. This was definitely not because of lust, absolutely not. Do. But just as Ryudo was about to finish his shower and go out to find Ayam to take revenge, the phone he placed on the sink suddenly vibrated faintly. Someone is looking for me? Is it Colored Glaze and the others? But they wouldn't call me on this phone, right? Before Ryudo came to this manor, he deliberately let Colored Glaze and the others not use the phone because he was afraid that the phone would be eavesdropped or intercepted. Instead, he used the small communication device in his clothes to communicate. So logically, no one should send a message to Ryudo's phone at this time. However, when Long Do quickly wiped his hands dry and picked up his phone, his eyes suddenly popped out of their sockets. It was as if a pupil earthquake had occurred, because on the phone's text message, it actually indicated that 1 billion yuan was transferred to Ryudo's bank account, and the account that transferred the money was actually Timu Group. What's more, the transfer instructions even had the words overnight fee written on them. What is going on? Yongji, that fellow, suddenly gave me 1 billion. Overnight fee? Is she planning to keep me? Wait, I received money? I have money in my account? Doesn't that mean? The moment he reacted, Ryudo couldn't help but tremble violently. From a long time ago experiment, he had already determined that there were 2 backtracking time points for his rubbish pay-to-win system. One was before the incident began, and the other was after the money was transferred. In other words, if Ryudo received money in a certain incident, then his backtracking time point would be fixed at the moment when the money was transferred. The reason for this change in time point might be to prevent Ryudo from using some kind of bug, such as committing suicide after receiving a sum of money to earn money. But because Ryudo didn't use the bug to earn money, he didn't care much about this. At most, he wouldn't take money from others during the incident. But he calculated that he wouldn't take money from others, but he didn't calculate that others might take the initiative to transfer money to him. So the real trouble now was that Ryudo received the money in the bathroom in Ayam's room. In other words, his backtracking location was fixed here. Even if he committed suicide now, it had to start from this moment in the bathroom. Chapter 355. Sage asterisk T. I'm in trouble. No, it's not trouble, it's over. Until now, Ryudo had transmigrated to this world for more than a year. In the past year or so, Long Do had encountered countless troubles, experienced countless difficulties, and crossed who knows how many dangers and mountains of blades and seas of fire. Even so, Ryudo would not die. In other words, after he died, he could rely on his shameless time reversal to resurrect to the moment before the incident began. This resurrection ability reduced Ryudo's risk of dying to the lowest, to the point where it was almost non-existent. After all, as long as he had money, he could resurrect. Before he ran out of money, he could always find a way to survive. Especially later, Ryudo built a huge Extreme Dao alliance through his own hard work and was able to obtain an astronomical amount of money from it. His chances of dying became even lower. 679,600,000. That was Ryudo's total assets before this. If he added the 1 billion that IM gave him, it would be as much as 6 billion. What kind of concept was that? According to the calculation of 1 million per life, this 6 billion could kill him more than 3,000 times. What kind of incident could not be resolved even if he died more than 3,000 times? Was such an incident really possible? Ryudo would definitely find it hard to believe that there was something that could cause him to die thousands of times. However, when he was really stuck in this bathroom, he knew how to spell the word death. The scene was in the manor under the Heavenly Eye Group, in the bathroom of IM's room. Long Do was bathing naked inside, while Yongji was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. She was ready to eat him up at any time. What should I do? What should I do? In a situation where he could not go back in time, Ryudo would definitely not do that with IM. Otherwise, not only would he be letting down the three at home, but he would also be unable to control his crotch in the future. I've decided. I'll run first. Thinking of this, Ryudo could only take a deep breath. Although this was IM's room, if Ryudo wanted to run, IM alone would not be able to stop him. In that case, he might as well not care about anything else and run out first. Creak. However, just as Ryudo was about to put on his clothes and run, the bathroom door was slowly pushed open from the outside. A pair of eyes with a strange aura looked in from outside the door. Fortunately, it was broad daylight. Otherwise, the scene of IM secretly opening the bathroom door and looking in would not feel strange even if it was thrown into a horror movie. When Ryudo entered the bathroom, she had clearly locked the door from the inside. She picked up a bunch of keys, casually picked open the door without Ryudo's permission. Ryukuen, you're not done? Hurry up and come out. IM, who peeked half of her face out from the door, completely ignored Ryudo's shocked face and asked with a charming tone. From IM's current gaze, the way she looked at Ryudo was not like looking at a lover, but more like looking at a toy that was about to fall into her hands. This kind of woman was even a bit scary, compared to the gentle and elegant woman in the pavilion who seemed to like Ryudo very much. It was as if they were two different people. However, this was also one of IM's characteristics. This woman's temperament was even more unpredictable than the clouds in the sky. Normal people would have a hard time figuring out what she was thinking. This woman's gaze is not right. Why do I feel like there's a conspiracy? After noticing that IM's attitude was completely different from when she was drinking and chatting in the pavilion, Ryudo couldn't help but frown slightly. If IM still wanted to pretend to be a cute girlfriend in front of him before, then now she directly laid all her cards on the table. That's right. I'm laying all my cards on the table. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to kill you. That's the feeling. When he noticed the change in IM, Ryudo also quickly wrapped a towel around his important parts and smiled bitterly. 1 minute, just wait for me for 1 more minute. But even with such a relaxed request, IM still smiled and said, 1 minute. It's too long, no? When the word no came out of her mouth, you knew that there was no turning back. In this state, IM wouldn't listen to anyone. So before Ryudo could react, she had already pushed open the bathroom door and strode in. Until now, Ryudo noticed that IM had actually quietly changed into a set of cool translucent black silk spaghetti strap nightgown outside. The seductive spaghetti strap hooked on her round shoulders. The nightgown barely covered the fullness in front of her chest, exposing the curvy, delicate collarbone to the air. Through the translucent black nightgown, Ryudo could vaguely see the indistinct dark black lace underwear under the nightgown, coupled with the knee-length skirt that revealed a crystal-clear jade leg and snow-white bare foot. It was really full of the rich charm of a mature woman. How shocking was the power of this outfit! It was really enough to shatter Ryudo's uncertain conviction on the spot. The premise was that Ayam didn't reveal her true face because of impatience. That's right. If Ayam wasn't so happy that she forgot to maintain the other appearance that she had been maintaining since she saw Ryudo, she might have succeeded. But after seeing Ayam's eyes that looked like she wanted to eat him, and her attitude of not seeing him as a human but as a toy, Ryudo came back to his senses. I was too naive before. No matter how beautiful this woman is, no matter how much she likes me, she's still a vicious monster. She can't be thought of as a normal person. Actually, in Ryudo's subconscious, he had always had an overly romantic fantasy. He always felt that the woman who was willing to wear a pink dress and show a gentle expression for him could always maintain this pretty side, and even become a normal person because of love. But in reality, Ayam was just wearing a mask to tease him. Even the drunken and intoxicated look from before had long disappeared from her face. It was obvious that the drunken scene was just an act that Ayam put on to eat him. Ayam liked Ryudo. This was an objective fact. But her like was based on a strong sense of possessiveness, and there wasn't any tenderness or love in it. It was like she liked a new toy. She wanted to have this toy. She wanted to play with this toy, but she didn't care about this toy at all. If one day she played with this toy until it broke, then she would just throw it away casually. She felt like an oversized naughty child. Thus, when he saw this oversized naughty child walking towards him and touching his face with her jade-like hands, Ryudo instinctively reached out and grabbed her slender but strong wrist. For a moment, a fragrance that was different from the previous sweet poppy scent floated into Ryudo's nose, causing his stomach to have a strange churning feeling. Did this woman Ayam spray some strange perfume? Perhaps so. But now Ryudo didn't have the mood to think about this. Instead, he said seriously, I've been here for a long time. Seems like it's time to leave. This sentence, in this situation, undoubtedly represented a rejection, and it was a very straightforward rejection. When he made this serious rejection, Ryudo was already prepared for Ayam to go crazy on the spot, or even take out a gun to shoot at him, but she didn't. After hearing this sentence, Ayam just slightly raised her eyebrows, and a strange smile appeared on her face. She slowly took a few steps back and watched Ryudo put on his clothes as fast as possible. She didn't do anything. After being rejected, Ayam actually didn't do anything. She just chose to step back and let Ryudo change his clothes. Something's wrong. This woman is up to something again. From Ryudo's understanding of Ayam, she wouldn't just let him go like this. She wouldn't let a caged bird fly away. But what does Ayam want to do? Ryudo knew that there were countless mercenary guards and black feather ninja guarding the room. Even the two ministers, Huan An and Lin Hannah, were there. Did she already inform them to prepare to surround him? Or, just as Long Do thought of this and was about to step out of the bathroom, he suddenly felt his vision blur. His head felt dizzy, and he fell to the ground. Plop, a soft sound came. His handsome face had an intimate contact with the ceramic tiles on the bathroom floor. This is poison? I'm poisoned? Although falling to the ground didn't hurt Ryudo, who was almost invulnerable, the strong dizziness and numbness made him feel bad. Invulnerable didn't mean invulnerable to poison. Using poison to break through a steel fortress was a very common strategy. In fact, although Ryudo had always been thinking of ways to trick Ayam out of the manor, Ayam had also been thinking of ways to trick Ryudo. And her methods of scheming against Ryudo were very difficult to guard against. If Ayam didn't take the initiative to explain, Ryudo would have a hard time even finding out. When Ryudo fell to the ground, Ayam came over and gracefully knelt on the ground. She put the toy's head on her smooth thighs, forming a very ambiguous knee pillow position. However, Using poison to poison the other party and then forcing him to use his knee as a pillow was much more vicious than the knee pillow that Rue Hui had made for Long Do. Suddenly, she couldn't help but laugh. How is it? The medicine department's special anesthetic that can even paralyze an elephant is not bad, right? This anesthetic, when did it? Long Do's body was limp and weak at the moment, to the point that he was stuttering when he spoke. The water you used to take a bath. I am also explained generously. It has been mixed with a high concentration of anesthetic that will be absorbed through the skin and mucous membranes. Then what if I didn't take a bath? Half of the new perfume I sprayed on is also mixed with anesthetic. Combined with the colorless and odorless other half of the air in the bathroom, you will also have the same result after smelling it. My body already has this kind of anesthetic resistance, so I won't fall for it. Amazing. Of course, if not, how can I get you? I'm going to start. Saying this, I am revealed a satisfied smile, then reached out and turned Ryudo's head, and kissed his lips as if tasting wine. Chapter 356. Logically speaking, chirping was something people did to express their love. Everyone's understanding of chirping was different. Up until now, Ryudo thought that he had chirped with 5 women before. Actually, it was hard to say if that was the case. In any case, he thought that it was 5. Apart from his own harem of 3, there was also Ling Hua who took advantage of the situation that night, and Ayam who had been struggling for her life not long ago. Naturally, the feeling of chirping with each of the women was greatly different. Colored Glaze's kiss was like tasting a pot of clear but fragrant tea. The more he tasted it, the more fragrant it was and the purer it was. Union's kiss was like chasing sweet clouds among the soft clouds. Sweet honey even flowed in the clouds. Dunia's kiss was like the beauty of the Northland's ice and snow. It was also mixed with the fragrance of vodka and sour cream. Ling Hua's chirp that night when he took advantage of the situation. Let's not talk about it. In any case, it was the kind that he didn't want to think about. As for Ayam, when she was killed by Ryudo for the first time not long ago, her last bloody kiss was filled with the taste of rust. It was difficult to describe how romantic it was. But this time, Ayam placed Ryudo on her knees. The chirp that came down from above was filled with a strong desire to plunder. In that instant, Ryudo, who was numb all over and unable to move, subconsciously wanted to turn his head. However, he was firmly locked onto the beauty's knees by a pair of seemingly slender but extremely strong hands. He could only watch as the pair of eyes that seemed to be looking at a toy got closer and closer to him. They were so close that they were almost touching his eyes. I'm going to start. This was what Ayam said before she moved her lips. Actually, this sentence was very suitable for the current situation. This wasn't a chirp that was used between lovers. Instead, it was a one-sided plunder between the plunderer and the plunderer. Ryudo had never thought that there would be a chirp in the world that was not sweet at all. It even made him feel cold all over. Moreover, this chirp came from the most beautiful woman in the world. At this moment, Ayam was undoubtedly enjoying herself. She held the head that had fallen limp on her lap. Her eyes were filled with a sense of victory, as if she was a high and mighty queen. At that moment, Ryudo felt like he was no longer human. It was as if he had turned into a lollipop that had just had its wrapper removed and was being enjoyed wantonly. Logically speaking, there should be no one who wouldn't be happy to be able to kiss with a great beauty like I am. But this scene, which was supposed to be very good, was not enjoyable for Long Fight at all. He only felt very humiliated. This feeling of being robbed and suppressed was a great humiliation that he had never experienced before. I am F asterisk CKU hashtag yen% hashtag asterisk Sajuawayak. Long Do could only mutter some indistinct ancient god language in an attempt to express his anger and dissatisfaction when he was under the effects of the strong compound anesthetic and couldn't even make a sound accurately. However, Ayam did not plan to pay attention to his anger. Instead, she slowly tasted Ryudo bit by bit, as if she was tasting a cup of old wine. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Then she grinned and said in an excited tone, "So that's how it feels. Is this the feeling?" For Ayam, it was her first time doing this. However, it was as if she was born to be good at it. She immediately found a way to make herself extremely excited. Not bad. I'm a bit addicted. Feeling the remaining scent on her body, Ayam's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. Heh. In the next moment, she picked up Ryudo like holding a child and walked towards the pink bed outside the bathroom. At this time, even if you think with your butt, you know that Ayam will not be satisfied after tasting the marrow. She will only want to rob Ryuto, this toy, until he is squeezed into ashes. Of course, this was completely normal in Ayam's eyes, because she paid. The 1 billion yen that was suddenly transferred to Ryuto's account was the maintenance fee that Ayam gave him. Since this money has been accepted, then Ryuto is Ayam's toy from that moment on. As the master, she can play with him however she wants. She does not need to ask for the consent of the toy at all. What should I do? Bastard, this anesthetic is really strong. I can't even move a finger. At this time, Ryudo naturally knew what this woman wanted to do to him. In fact, he had been struggling in the dark, but it was useless. The anesthetic mixture concocted by the pharmaceutical department of the Heavenly Eye Group was shockingly strong. Even Long Do's body, which was close to superhuman, had no resistance to it. After throwing Ryuto on the bed, Ayam touched his face and smiled. The effect of this anesthetic mixture can last for at least 12 hours. Before that, I will definitely not let you go. Good luck. With that, she began to slowly climb onto the bed, and her tone became strange. No, let's use the last move. Seeing that Ayam was about to continue going crazy, Ryudo could not help but take a deep breath and concentrate all the remaining strength in his body in the dantian. For a monster like Ryudo who had reached 100% chi opening, his control of chi force was naturally incomparable to ordinary martial artists. Obvious force, hidden force, Dan force, these were the three major levels in chi refining. When reaching Dan force, the body seemed to have an internal force that could move freely. It was very similar to the internal force in wuxia novels. However, what this internal force could do was not so exaggerated. It was impossible to create 18 dragons with one palm or release invisible sword energy. It could only move within the body. For example, if someone punched Ryudo's chest, Ryudo could instantly mobilize Dan force. He could create a force in his body that blasted outwards without moving his body and shatter that person's fist. However, because his body was paralyzed by the anesthetic mixture, his Dan force was also extremely weak, so he did not have the strength to deal with Ayam. However, just because he could not use Dan force to kill Ayam did not mean that Ryudo could not use Dan force to kill himself. Therefore, just as Ayam was preparing for the final moment, Ryudo's body suddenly trembled, and he spat out a thick stream of blood from his mouth. At that moment, Ryudo gathered all the Dan force in his body and directly blasted the healthy and lively heart from the inside. For a moment, his heart was almost torn open on the spot. He spat out blood from his mouth and looked like he would not survive. This is Yongji, who sensed that something was wrong with Long Do, quickly pressed her ear against his chest, only to hear that the heartbeat inside was rapidly disappearing. He broke his own heart? How did he do it? It was not that Ayam did not expect Ryudo to commit suicide, but she did not expect that he could commit suicide on the spot without even moving his hands. Wasn't this too magical? Heh. Stinking woman. You wish, at the last second before his consciousness disappeared, Ryudo persisted and raised his hand. He gave Ayam, who was sitting on him, the middle finger, and then his consciousness disappeared into the chaotic darkness. Detected that the host is on the verge of death. Initiating emergency rescue plan. Using 1 million yuan to erase the fact of death. Beep, 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 beep. Erase successful. In the next moment, Ryudo woke up in the familiar bathroom not far away. The bathroom was still the same bathroom, and he was holding a phone in his hand. The phone showed that a 1 billion yuan transfer had just been transferred to his account. Sure enough, Ryudo was right. His resurrection point was now fixed in this bathroom. No matter how many times he died now, he had to start from this bathroom when he was resurrected. He could no longer go back to the manor's entrance. But compared to this, what made Ryudo's headache was the shower head that was still dripping water not far away, and the feeling of his body being wet. Mixed anesthetic. The mixed anesthetic developed by Tiemu Group Medical Department had been mixed in the bathwater and flowed all over Ryudo's body and was absorbed by his skin and mucous membranes. Although Ryudo had turned back time, the fact that he was mixed with anesthetic would not change. In other words, he had to start thinking about the game with Iam from the state of being poisoned. Mixed anesthetic. If he had this kind of poison, there was no way he could fight with Iam. So he had to detoxify. If Ryudo remembered correctly, there was indeed a medicine that could detoxify in his Krypton Gold Mall. So he didn't care about wearing clothes, but hurriedly sat by the bathtub and searched for the types of medicine in the mall. But there were too many medicines in the mall. After searching for a while, he still couldn't find the antidote he wanted. Creak. However, just as Ryudo was searching for the antidote, the door of the bathroom slowly opened. The door of the bathroom was slowly pushed open from the outside, and a pair of eyes emitting a strange aura looked in through the crack. She's here. She's here. Iam came to find him like a female ghost. Ryudo, Kuin, are you not done yet? Come out quickly. The peerless beauty outside the door still had that chilling smile as she said to her toy with a smile. Not good. I haven't found the antidote. What should I do? This? Seeing Iam pushing the door open again and walking in, Ryudo kept retreating and even unconsciously shrank to the corner of the bathroom. At the same time, he quickly rummaged in the mall. Aya, you seem to be afraid of me all of a sudden? Could it be? Did you find something bad? After seeing Ryudo's completely different expression from before, Iam, who was wearing a cool black dress, raised her eyebrows slightly, but a strange smile appeared on her face. Chapter 357. Today's bathroom, even the entire room, the entire manor, to put it bluntly, was a giant cage prepared to trap Ryudo. Insidious methods such as putting a high concentration of anesthetic in the water tank were actually everywhere in the manor, including the pavilion where Long Do had stayed when he first came in. There weren't many things that could be eaten. Although Ryudo had been very cautious since he came in and didn't eat anything carelessly, but as the saying goes, you can't hide forever. As long as the number of traps was enough, then there would always be one that could catch the prey. Wouldn't that be a success? From the sound of water coming from the bathroom and the water stains on Ryudo's body that hadn't dried yet, it could be seen. He obviously used the shower head here to take a shower, and the mixture of anesthetic also seeped into the young man's body. Iam couldn't be more familiar with the effect of the anesthetic. Even an elephant would be paralyzed on the spot. So at this moment, she looked at Ryudo, who was leaning against the wall as if she was looking at a toy that was about to fall into her hands. Not good. My hand. My body is starting to go numb. Just as Iam walked over with a smile, Ryudo felt his body go numb. The familiar feeling of powerlessness from before appeared on his body again. 30 seconds. From the time Ryudo backtracked until he felt something strange in his body, about 30 seconds had passed. With this amount of time, it was actually a little difficult to find a specific medicine in the Krypton shopping mall that was as vast as a sea of items. But fortunately, if the first time didn't work, Ryudo could do it a second, third, and fourth time. Bang! So at the moment when Iam didn't react, he didn't hesitate to slap his heart. Before the anesthetic took effect, his heart was crushed. Hiss! Ryudo, Kuin, you actually... When Ryudo fell down, he seemed to see Iam angrily saying something, but it had nothing to do with him. Detected that the host is on the verge of death, initiating emergency rescue plan by spending 1 million to erase the fact of death. Beep, 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 erase successful. When Ryudo opened his eyes again, he had already appeared at the place where he originally stood. In his hand was the phone that had just finished transferring the money. But after backtracking this time, Ryudo immediately opened the Krypton shopping mall and frantically searched inside. 30 seconds. This was the time limit of Ryudo's backtracking. Every time he exceeded this time, the poison in his body would activate and he would become weak. Even suicide would require a lot of effort. Therefore, Long-Do decided to use this time to commit suicide and backtrack. He also kept looking for things he needed in the Krypton shopping mall. Under these circumstances, the scene in the bathroom became somewhat comical. Ryudo-kun, are you done showering? Hurry up and come out. SSS, Ryudo-kun, Ryudo-kun, are you done showering? Hurry up and come out. SS, Ryudo-kun, Every time Ayam opened the door, she would repeat the same sentence. Then, not long after, Ryuto would slap himself in the chest and look at her running towards him with a shocked expression. Because he had repeated this process countless times, Long-Do was even a little annoyed looking at Youngji's face. But fortunately, in the end, he still managed to find the rogue detoxification pill that could cure the poison. The price of this pill was not expensive, but it was mixed in with a bunch of messy items. It took a lot of effort to find it. Very good, I got it. Thus, after spending money to buy the detoxification pill, Long-Do, who had retraced his steps, swallowed it without hesitation. Then, he changed his clothes as fast as he could and waited for Youngji's Ngumao hut. Squeak. After a while, accompanied by the sound of the door being pushed open, a pair of eyes that sent chills down his spine appeared in the gap of the door. Ryudo-kun, you still haven't. Without waiting for Ayam to finish the sentence that Ryudo was sick of hearing, Ryudo smiled first and said, I'm done showering, I'll come out now. Before he finished, he did not wait for Ayam, who was lying at the door, to respond. He took the initiative to open the bathroom door and walked out. Oh, this guy is quite honest. Seeing Ryudo quickly ran to the side of the bed and did not hesitate to sit on the bed, Ayam's mouth could not help but raise a strange smile. However, even though Long-Do seemed to be taking the initiative to do it with her, Youngji naturally wouldn't let him do as he wished. She was the one who needed to take the initiative. How could she let a mere man take the initiative? Calculating the time, it was about time. He should be about to fall. Therefore, when she also walked gracefully to the bed, Ayam was secretly calculating the time in her heart. As expected, before she could reach the bedside, Long-Do suddenly frowned. Then, his entire body went limp, and like a noodle, he softly fell onto the pink bed. He quickly glared at Ayam and said angrily, You poisoned me? Aya, don't make it sound so bad. This is just a means to liven things up. Ayam lightly came to Ryudo's side, sat on the bed, and rubbed his frowning eyebrows. Her tone was also full of ridicule. Because of the mixed anesthetic, Ryudo could only lie on the bed motionlessly. He slowly asked, You planned? What? Do? You planned? Me? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will slowly love you and treat you as the most fun toy in the world, until I get tired of playing with you. Speaking until here, Ayam gently leaned her head on Ryudo's chest and reached out to hug his neck, looking like a girl in love. If one were to simply look at this scene, the scene of a handsome man and a beautiful woman leaning against each other was simply as beautiful as a painting. Unfortunately, the great evil hidden behind was enough to completely destroy this painting. Ayam didn't tell Ryudo what would happen when he was tired of playing with her, but the answer was self-evident. One word was enough to describe it, and it was the kind of death that would be very miserable. Of course, Ayam wouldn't think about this for the time being. She was only immersed in the joy of getting a new toy. However, just as this naughty child, who thought she had gotten a new toy, was about to lean her head forward and try out the wonderful feeling of chirp, a pair of strong palms locked her soft and fragrant shoulders like lightning. Pacha! Before Ayam could react, the warm palms forcefully pulled from her shoulders. With an extremely ingenious method, her shoulder joint was dislocated. With the shoulder joint dislocated, Iam's arm was completely immobile from the shoulder down. At the same time, intense pain quickly rushed to the nerves of this demon king. But it wasn't over yet. Ryuto, who was originally under her body, immediately hugged her crystal-clear legs that were exposed from the knee-length skirt. Accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, he also dislocated Iam's knee joint. The whole process lasted less than a second. In just such a short period of time, Iam went from being in an active position to being in a passive position, and in the blink of an eye, she lost all ability to move. "Don't stare at me like that. I won't kill you for the time being, don't worry." After sitting up from the bed, Ryuto reached out and patted Iam's head that was tilted on the bed and said to her in a teasing tone. And when the joints of her arms and legs were dislocated, and she fell on the bed like a puppet with broken strings, Iam's eyes were filled with disbelief. No effect? How is that possible? The medicine department's specially mixed anesthetic didn't have any effect on him at all? Although he didn't know what had happened, this unbelievable scene had actually happened. Because this situation was too magical, it was no wonder that even Iam couldn't figure out what was going on. Who would have thought that Ryuto had repeatedly committed suicide for this moment? She could only ask in confusion, "You already knew that I would poison you? Or do you have special antibodies in your body?" Ryuto heard this and laughed. "That's not the point. The point is that you are now in my hands, and your group of subordinates are still far away. In other words, you are now my toy, understand?" Ryuto's tone was light and had a strong sense of superiority. As he spoke, he reached out his finger and gently stroked Iam's cheek with the back of his finger, as if he was stroking a cat at home. This was not a gentle caress between lovers, but a one-sided enjoyment by the dominant over the dominated. Ever since Yongji was born, she had never experienced such a feeling of being controlled by someone, of being manipulated at will. As she felt Ryuto's fingers slowly slide down her cheek, to her swan-like slender neck, and continued down, she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of shame and indignation. Shame and indignation, 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 shame and indignation. She was actually being played with like a doll. Anger. Anger at Ryuto, this bastard, actually dared to play with her like a doll. The strong sense of shame and indignation made Iam's face flush red, and she couldn't help but curse, "Ryuto Kiryu, kill me if you dare." Iam originally wanted to say, "Kill me if you dare," but who knew that before she could finish her sentence, Ryuto grinned and lowered his head to cover her small mouth that was about to protest loudly. This wasn't a gentle chirp between lovers, but a one-sided plunder between the plunderer and the plunderer. It was plunder, the same two people, but unfortunately, their identities and positions were completely reversed. Iam had never thought that chirp would be so infuriating, so humiliating that it made people want to kill the other party 100 times on the spot. This feeling of being plundered and enjoyed was the biggest humiliation Iam had ever suffered. It made her so angry that she wanted to die on the spot. Chapter 358. The Dominator and the Dominated. The Plunderer and the Plundered. These characters, when faced with the same situation, their reactions and attitudes were naturally completely different. Since who knew how long ago, Yongji had been a ruler and a raider, a high and mighty character, just like the empress of the old era. Her temperament was changeable, and her methods were cruel. She never needed to consider the consequences of her actions, and killing people was as easy as crushing an ant. Such a Tenmu Iam. It could be said that she never thought from the perspective of the dominated and plundered, just like how a wolf would not think from the perspective of a sheep. This world is my hunting ground, and I am the hunter here. All the creatures here were born to be dominated by me, plundered by me, and killed by me. In Iam's heart, she clearly had this degree of arrogance, the kind of strong arrogance that seemed to be standing in the clouds, looking down on all humans from high above. However, at this moment, The man who was holding her chin and plundering her body with a smile tore Ayam's arrogance and dignity to pieces. Ryudo. F asterisk CKU hashtag yen% hashtag asterisk Sajawayak. At this moment, Ayam, whose limbs could not move and head was firmly held, could not struggle at all. She could only make some vague, ancient god language, trying to express her anger and dissatisfaction. But Ryudo did not plan to pay attention to her anger, and carefully, bit by bit, he thoroughly tasted Ayam, as if he was tasting a cup of old poisoned wine. How long did this humiliating situation last? Ayam did not know. She only knew that every second of the torture felt like a year. When Ryudo finally let her go, this woman had already fallen on the bed in a daze, her eyes empty, swollen cherry lips slightly open, looking like there was nothing left to live for. After a moment, Ayam said in a weak but bitter tone, "Kill you. I will use the cruelest method to kill you." She used the softest expression to say the harshest words. At this moment, Ayam was very different from her usual domineering and even crazy self. However, it was this attitude that made her words seem especially true. The current Ayam was no longer crazy. She was truly going crazy. Originally, she had invited Ryuto, this prey, into the manor and even prepared a bunch of capture settings. She wanted to capture this rare man she liked as a plaything and play with him wantonly. But who would have thought that Yongji would be the one to be caught, and she would even be toyed with by her own plaything? It was as if you wanted to catch a cat, but it threw you back into the cage and played with you with a cat teaser outside. It was a great humiliation. It could be said that Ayam had never been so humiliated in her life. So now Ayam was too lazy to think about treating Ryudo as a plaything. She was thinking about how to kill this man, ruthlessly kill him. Although her posture was like a vengeful spirit from hell, Ryudo sneered and said, "Are you an idiot? Now it's not you who wants to kill me, but I want to kill you. Think about whether you can survive first before saying anything else." After being mercilessly ridiculed by Ryudo, Ayam, who was lying on the bed and looking at the ceiling, gritted her teeth, but she couldn't refute a word. After all, what Ryudo said was the truth. Now Ayam was the one who was caught and thrown into the cage. There were indeed a lot of traps in this room, but in the situation where her hands and feet couldn't move, Ayam couldn't trigger those traps at all. She couldn't even shout at her subordinates outside. Speaking of which, the only thing Ayam could rely on now was the heartbeat bomb connected to her heartbeat. There was a special chip installed in Yongji's heart. As long as her heart stopped beating, the chip would send out a message for the bomb to explode. At that time, the entire manor and all living creatures within a certain range of the manor would not be able to survive. But Ayam knew this trump card, and so did Ryudo. So, he didn't plan to kill Ayam here, otherwise, it would only be a waste of his previous efforts. After taking a few steps back, Ryudo looked at the woman on the bed wearing a light spaghetti strap nightgown, shook his head, and said, "You're not dressed well. Change into something that can be seen." Before he finished, he ran to the side of the wardrobe and rummaged through it. After finding a set of seemingly ordinary clothes, he walked towards Ayam. Seeing him walk over with the clothes, Ayam couldn't help but be angry. "What do you want to do? Don't tell me you want to change. Woo-woo. Don't be noisy. You are now in a state of being kidnapped. You don't have the right to speak." After taking a handkerchief and stuffing the woman's mouth, Ryudo shook his finger at her. But Ayam immediately stuck out her tongue and spat out the handkerchief that was stuffed into her mouth. She mocked, "Please have some common sense. Using a handkerchief or something like that won't be able to shut someone's mouth. Do you think you are in a TV show?" "Thanks for the reminder, Pa." So in the next moment, Ryuto, who was ridiculed, took out the familiar hooligan Velcro and stuck Ayam's mouth firmly. She could only struggle with woo-woo sounds. After that, it was the Barbie doll costume show that Ryudo had never played before. Because Ayam was wearing a light and seductive nightgown, she really couldn't go out to see people. Ryudo kindly helped her change into a set of clothes so that he could kidnap her out. Otherwise, it would be easy to cause serious misunderstandings. But in the process of helping her change, Ayam's eyes were always burning with murderous intent, but she couldn't do anything about it. She could only secretly mark Ryuto in her heart. After changing Ayam's clothes, Ryuto picked her up and smiled. Okay, let's go out for a walk now. Woo-woo, woo-woo, go out? Where to? Of course to go out of the manor. I don't feel at ease in your territory. Why don't you come to my house as a guest? What? Go out of the manor? The moment she heard this sentence, Ayam's eyes suddenly widened, and her body began to struggle violently. You know, in this manner, she still had her biggest trump card, Heartbeat Bomb. If she died, she could drag Ryuto down with her. That could be considered as revenge. But if she was dragged out of the manor by Ryuto, then Ayam would really die in vain. She wouldn't even have the chance to take revenge. Speaking of which, Ayam was actually not afraid of death. She was afraid of dying in vain. If she could take Long Do with her when she died, that would be acceptable. Otherwise, it would be an earth-shattering loss for her. She would lose everything she had. Although Ayam was a pervert, she couldn't lose her underwear, right? So when she was carried out of the room by Ryuto, she couldn't help but be furious. Her originally beautiful face was flushed red, and she looked like she was about to be suffocated by a hooligan's Velcro around her mouth. But although Ayam's movements were loud, Ryuto didn't care about her. Instead, he opened the door openly. And the moment he opened the door, the surveillance camera in the corridor not far away directly shone in this direction. There were surveillance cameras everywhere in this manor, and enemies were everywhere. If Ryuto wanted to take away Ayam quietly, it was definitely impossible. He could only take the route of breaking through by force. So at this time, Ryuto walked out while wearing a small communicator in his ear and pressed the communication button. Beep beep. Almost a second later, this special communication channel was connected directly to Colored Glaze in the distant command center. The moment the communication was connected, Colored Glaze first breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly asked, Phew, Ryuto, what's the situation now? Speaking of which, Ryuto had been in this manor for quite some time. If there was still no news from his side, Colored Glaze and the others were already considering whether to attack or not. I'm fine. Ryuto smiled and said, I just became a real kidnapper and was about to kidnap Ayam. It seems that you have to help me. Kidnap Ayam? Kidnap her? Hearing this sentence, Colored Glaze in the command center hurriedly felt joy in her heart, and then she was shocked. She said, I'll immediately arrange for a large force to go in and provide support. Don't act recklessly for the time being. Just stabilize the situation first. Colored Glaze was not stupid. After hearing Ryuto's words, she knew that he had already restrained Ayam, but the manor was the nest of the Heavenly Eye group, and there were all kinds of enemies inside. It was definitely a life-threatening task to kidnap her, and it was definitely impossible to rely on Ryuto alone. Understood. I should be fine here for the time being. Hurry up and come over. Master Ayam? Damn it. Just as Ryuto said, hurry up and come over to provide support, he was walking in the carpeted corridor in the big house with Ayam in his arms, and he happened to hear an angry shout from the other end of the corridor. Ryuto looked up and saw that Linhua had already appeared at the other end of the corridor with a group of mercenary guards, and she was rushing over here aggressively. Someone is coming. I'll hang up first. After being quickly blocked, Ryuto hung up the communication device after informing Colored Glaze. Then he looked at the guard department head, Teshima Linhua, who was angrily looking at him. That's right, the one who appeared at this time was the guard department head, Teshima Linhua, and not the perverted female Linhua that Ryuto knew before. When she saw that her boss was kidnapped, even Linhua immediately went into work mode, and she picked up a pistol from her waist and pointed it at Ryuto's head. Chapter 359. Long Do knew very well that Tokushima and Hana had two identities. In private, she was a perverted woman who liked handsome men and strange things, as well as Union's cousin and Ryuto's partner. In public, she was the head of the Heavenly Eye Group Guard Department and also a chess piece sent by Iam to the official side. Ryudo understood Lin Hua's mood and attitude very well, and also understood her action of raising a gun at him at this time. But even so, Ryudo still smiled and said, "Put that thing down. This alone can't threaten me." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Hua still held the gun in her hand steadily, and the head of the gun pointed directly at Ryudo's head and said sternly, "How do you know if you don't try?" Her white and slender fingers were tightly clasped on the trigger. Although she was holding the gun with one hand, the muzzle was abnormally stable, and there was no sway at all, which showed how amazing her shooting ability was. At this distance of less than 5 meters, Lin Hua could hit any of Ryudo's hair, so naturally, it was impossible to hurt Ayam-sama who was in his arms. Generally speaking, a robber like Ryudo should hold a hostage in front of him as a shield, so that the other party would hesitate to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases. But he didn't have this intention at all. Instead, he reached out and touched Ayam's soft hair, and said to Lin Hua, "It doesn't make any sense for you to stop me here. No one can take this guy away from me." You seem to be very confident." "I'm indeed very confident because I know you, and how much ability you have." The moment Ryudo said the second half of the sentence, his right hand, which was originally holding Ayam's neck, whipped backward like lightning. In the narrow space, the arm was swung backward like a long whip. It was as fast as the raging waves, and also like the wind and thunder. The speed and power of this whip were extremely amazing. With only one arm, the momentum of a whip was actually unleashed. Pa! In the next second, a crisp sound accompanied by a whistling sound could be heard. A man who had unknowingly approached Ryudo's back and was about to launch a sneak attack was also sent flying by the whip. Plop! The man fell to the ground and quickly got up. His eyes were filled with anger and bloodshot as he glared at Long Do. This man was naturally the head of the intelligence department of the Heavenly Eye Group, Cat House Shirhuanan, who was waiting here with Lin Hua. However, right now, Huan An's face was splattered with blood. Half of her face had been torn apart by the whip. That kind of bloody situation looked very frightening. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Ryudo released Ayam's neck to the moment he returned to his original position to support Ayam's neck, the entire process was so fast that no one could see what had happened. However, there was one thing that everyone could see. The leader of the Black Wings Ninja had launched a surprise attack on Ryudo and slapped him away as if he was swatting a fly. He even disfigured Ryudo. Of course, in the eyes of others, Huan An's bloody face was really embarrassing. But Huan An knew that this was the result of his successful dodge at the last moment. If it weren't for Huan An's reaction speed that was close to the human limit and quickly twisted his waist, that whip might have sent his head flying. This guy, what kind of monster is he? Why does he feel so much stronger than the last time we met? At this time, Huan An looked at Ryuto, who still had his back facing him, as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't help but secretly clench his teeth, and at the same time, his purely mechanical right arm slowly raised a little. After being broken by Long Do a few months ago, Huan An's right arm had become a mechanical arm that was equipped with all kinds of high-tech weapons. There were poison needles, automatic rifles, smoke bombs, small rockets, and so on. There were all kinds of weapons. But even so, Long Do couldn't be bothered to look at him. Instead, he sneered without turning his head, "With those lousy things of yours. It's better if you don't take them out and embarrass yourself." After that, he swaggered all the way forward with Ayam in his arms, toward Lin Hua and the dozens of mercenary guards behind her. Seeing Ryudo arrogantly walking toward her, Lin Hua couldn't help but frown and said, "Don't move. Otherwise, we will really shoot." Whoosh! Before her voice died away, a group of mercenary guards behind her also raised their standard submachine guns and aimed at Ryuto in a very professional posture. The dozens of people's movements were like one person. A group of mercenary troops personally led by the head of the guard department must be the best of the best in terms of combat effectiveness. They could shoot wherever they wanted. But when so many guns were pointed at him, Ryudo was too lazy to show any signs of fear. Instead, He smiled and slightly retracted his hand that was holding Iam's neck. Crack. In an instant, there was a sound of bones rubbing against each other from Iam's slender neck. Although there was still a little distance between them, in this corridor that was so dead silent that even a pin drop on the carpet could be heard, the sound clearly entered everyone's ears. 0. 1 second. After that, Ryudo smiled at Lin Hua and said, "If I want to take her life, it will take at most 0. 1 second. You can bet on whether the bullet will fly faster, or I will crush your boss neck faster." It had to be said that these words sounded a little silly and pretentious. After all, normal people would not use 0. 1 second as a unit of measurement. But Ryudo was not joking, nor was he being silly. He could indeed do this in such a short amount of time. From the scene where he sent Huan and flying like lightning and disfigured her face, it was clear that this was the case. Damn it. Lin Huan naturally knew about Ryudo's ability. He could only grit his teeth and said, "What do you want? Give me your conditions." "There are no conditions. I just want to get out of here alive. It's that simple. It's that simple. As long as I can leave this manor safely, I will immediately release Iam. You won't refuse such a condition, right?" Hearing this, Lin Hua decisively replied, "No problem. I can make the decision to let you go, as long as you immediately release Iam after leaving the manor." Ryudo heard this and laughed. "Hee, that's for sure. If I touch her, won't I be chased down 9 streets? I'm timid and can't take this kind of shock." Logically speaking, Lin Hua's reply was actually not a problem. After all, in this terrible situation where the boss was being held hostage, the first thing to protect was the boss's life. Even if Lin Hua did not know that there was a heartbeat bomb under the manor, it was still the same. However, the moment Lin Hua agreed, Iam, who was in Ryudo's arms, glared at Lin Hua desperately, as if she wanted to convey some information to him. Speaking of which, Iam could not speak now. If she could speak, she would probably scold Lin Hua on the spot. "Are you kidding me? Let Ryuto leave the manor? Make a deal with this bastard? Is there something wrong with his brain?" In Iam's view, she did not believe that Ryuto would let her go after leaving the manor. On the contrary, as soon as she left here and left the threat range of the heartbeat bomb, this guy might immediately take her life. For some reason, Iam always felt that Ryudo seemed to know that there was a big bomb buried under the manor, so he had no intention of killing her in the manor. However, this situation could only be maintained until Ryudo left the manor. If Ryudo really held Iam hostage outside the manor, then Iam was sure that he would immediately kill her in the next moment and twist her neck into a fried dough twist. The most wonderful thing was that after that, he could still watch Lin Hua, Huanan, and others in the manor being directly sent to the sky by the heartbeat bomb. What being chased down 9 streets, what being timid? It was simply *T thinking of this. Iam, who was held in his arms, couldn't help but struggle violently. At the same time, her mouth that was wrapped by Velcro also made woo. At this moment, what Iam wanted to express was, "I can't let him take me out. Otherwise, everything will be over." But in Lin Hua's view, Master Iam was just unwilling to let Ryudo go like this. She would even risk her life to keep him here. So she persuaded, "Master Iam, it's more important that you can get out of danger than anything else. Let's talk about other things after that." Wait. Woo. It's only after he takes me out that my life will be in danger. Although Iam tried hard to send a message to Lin Hua with woo and eyes, the reality was that she couldn't send the correct message. The biggest problem here was that Iam knew about the existence of the heartbeat bomb, but Lin Hua and others didn't know. They didn't know that as long as Ryudo left the manor, he could really do whatever he wanted. He could twist Iam's head in any direction he wanted. On the other hand, as long as they stayed in the manor, Ryudo couldn't kill them because it would only cost his own life. For this, Ryudo himself was naturally the most clear. Thus, when he saw Yongji continuously struggling in his arms, he laughed softly beside her ear. "Don't shout. It's useless. You can only blame yourself for hiding everything. Now you're in big trouble, aren't you? You deserve it." As soon as the words "deserve it" came out, Ryudo smiled and continued to carry Iam forward. Looking at the way he swaggered out, it was as if the large circle of mercenaries and black feather ninjas around him were air. In this situation, how could he be so arrogant? But at this moment, Iam, who was in Ryudo's arms, immediately calmed down. Her two shifty eyes turned, as if she had thought of a way to fight back. Chapter 360. Although the current situation was absolutely unfavorable for Youngji, she had not reached the point where she had to surrender without a fight. Her shoulder joint was dislocated, her knee joint was dislocated, and Ryudo's hand was still clasped behind Iam's neck. She was like a death god's scythe that could fall at any time. Even so, Youngji still slowly closed her eyes and began to think quickly in her mind. I can't let him leave this manor, or I'll die for nothing. But I can't move my hands and feet. Iam wasn't Ryudo. She didn't really learn any martial arts, so naturally she couldn't use inner strength or dance strength. So in this situation where she couldn't move her limbs, Iam could only use one move. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da. But just as Ryudo carried Iam to the manor's spacious hall, a flurry of footsteps quickly came from outside. Taking a closer look, a large group of people was rushing in from outside the manor. The one leading them was a young girl with silver hair and a face as cute as a doll. Behind the girl were a group of fully armed mercenaries. They were wearing sunglasses, wearing windbreakers, carrying 2 battle axes, machine guns, and rocket launchers. Ryudo, are you okay? After rushing into the manor and seeing Ryudo's figure, Dunia, who was running at the front, instinctively wanted to ask, but when she saw that her man was carrying a beautiful woman, she suddenly felt awkward. Most people have never seen Tenmu Iam's true appearance, so even a woman like Dunia and the 4 Amon clan members behind her were stunned by the woman's appearance and temperament. What kind of stunning beauty is this? She's like a witch. After a pause, the leader of the Amon clan member, couldn't help but push up his sunglasses and said sincerely, "Is this the time to talk about this?" After a sigh, Ryudo, who just ran down from the 2nd floor, hurriedly ran toward Dunia's group. There were about 100 people in Dunia's vanguard who rushed into the manor to provide support. They were all the most elite teams of the Black Hand Alliance, and Luli had arranged for them to be stationed around the manor. In addition to this group of people, there was another large group of people surrounding the manor, and they were confronting the Tenmu group who had heard the news. Because Youngji was being held hostage, under Lin Hua's command, the surrounding members of the guard department also quickly rushed over after hearing the news. More and more troops from both sides gathered, as if the manor had become a huge barrel of gunpowder. In the center of the gunpowder barrel was naturally the main villa of this manor. Don't move. Don't go any further. Lin Hua and the others who came out with Long Do saw that Long Do was about to meet up with Dong Nia's group and immediately aimed their weapons at him. Whoosh! Including all kinds of weapons that suddenly appeared from the vases, walls, and ceiling in the hall. At least a few hundred guns were aimed at Ryudo. Under such a dense net of fire, even if Ryudo was an Iron Man, a round of bullets would be able to turn him into a pile of mud. Suddenly, Ryudo could only stay in the center of the hall on the 1st floor. His position was about 50 meters away from the door where Dunia and the others were. It was not far, but it was not close either. Seeing Ryudo being pointed at by a bunch of guns, Dunia anxiously yelled, "Ryudo, I'm going to. Don't move. Don't come over." Ryudo hurriedly made a stop gesture to Dunia, forbidding her from moving to the center of the hall. After all, this place was full of guns and traps. Dunia and the others were waiting at the door, but rashly rushing in was simply courting death. When they saw that Long Do had finally stopped, Lin Hua, Huanan, and the others who had caught up from behind also breathed a sigh of relief. They walked down the hall and surrounded Long Do. At this moment, the situation in the hall of the manor became very subtle. The leader of the Black Hand Alliance, Ryudo, stood in the center of the hall, holding the boss of the Heavenly Eye Group, Ayam. At the entrance of the hall stood Dunia, the Amin family, and a group of Black Hand Alliance elite members. Inside the hall stood Lin Hua, Huanan, and a group of Heavenly Eye Group elite members. For a moment, these two groups of people formed a subtle balance in the spacious hall. Both sides pointed their weapons at each other, but opposite each side stood the important leaders of their own families. 400 eyes were staring at each other in the air. Sparks flew everywhere. Many people did not even dare to breathe loudly for fear of breaking the balance. It was stuck. The image was stuck just like that. The current situation was that Ryudo wanted to go forward, but Lin Hua did not want him to go forward. Previously, they agreed that once Ryudo left the manor, Ayam would be released. But if Ryudo met up with the Black Hand Alliance, then even if he left, it would be impossible to release Ayam. So Lin Hua said sternly, "Ryudo Kiryu, tell your people to retreat. You can leave, but you must be escorted by us." On the other side, Dunia also retorted, "Are you an idiot? You call that escorting? You will definitely shoot Ryudo in the back." "Shut up. This is not the time for a little girl like you to speak." How could Dunia be willing to suffer losses? After being scolded by Lin Hua, she immediately sneered, "Now your boss is in the hands of my boss. Why are you talking so loudly? Aren't you afraid that your boss's head will fall to the ground? How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Tenmu Ayam is a scum who has done many evil things. It is God's blessing that she is still alive today. This kind of person should choke to death on the spot while eating. Stinky brat. You. Cough. Cough, 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 cough." Before Lin Hua could scold back angrily, Ayam, who was in Ryudo's arms, suddenly twitched violently. Traces of blood seeped out of the Velcro wrapped around her mouth, and at the same time, her face quickly swelled red. Woo. Woo 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 woo. At that moment, Ayam began to struggle as if she was suddenly out of breath. Her eyes were wide open, and her neck kept making swallowing movements, but there seemed to be something stuck in her throat, causing her to be unable to breathe normally. What is this? It can't be so poisonous, right? When they saw this scene, Lin Hua and Dunia were almost stunned at the same time. Just now, Dunia said that this kind of person should choke to death on the spot while eating, and now Ayam showed signs of choking to death? What is this? Was it the spirit language spell? Words were law? Of course, this situation was not the soul language spell, but Ayam's last resistance. This girl bit her tongue to commit suicide. When he saw Ayam in his arms, who seemed to be about to choke to death, Ryudo was shocked by her. Indeed, Ayam basically couldn't do anything now, but the only thing she could do freely was to do something with her mouth, such as biting off her tongue. Generally, the scene of biting one's tongue to commit suicide in TV series was not the same as the scene in reality. Normally, biting off one's tongue would not kill one, but one might choke to death. After all, when the tongue was bitten off, the remaining half of the tongue in the mouth would retract to the back of the throat, blocking the trachea. Coupled with a large amount of blood and saliva mixed together, it was easy to suffocate to death, especially in the case of Ayam, whose mouth was already entangled with Velcro. As long as she bit off her tongue, she would basically choke to death. Hee hee, ha ha ha. At this time, although Ayam was very uncomfortable from choking, her eyes were filled with a crazy smile. "Ryudo Kiryu, don't you want my life? Then take it. But you and your cute little wife will have to accompany me to the Yellow Springs underworld." Ha 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 ha. Crazy. This girl is crazy. Ryudo naturally knew Ayam's thoughts. As long as she stopped her heart, the heartbeat bomb under the manor would immediately detonate. No one nearby would be able to escape. This kind of self-destructive move to kill 1,000 enemies was really not something a madman could do, but it did indeed push Ryudo to a desperate situation. Because when she saw the sudden change on Lady Ayam's side, as if she was about to choke to death, Lin Hannah suddenly could not hold it in anymore. She obviously thought that this situation was caused by Ryudo, so she quickly shouted, "Fire! Fire! Kill them! Take back Lady Ayam!" With the order of Lin Hannah, In addition to the group of mercenaries behind her and the group of black feather ninjas led by Huan, the automatic machine guns and turrets and other defensive facilities around the hall also began to move quickly. Although this was very likely to hurt Lady Iam, Lin Hannah did not care so much. The situation was getting worse, so she might as well take the last gamble. Otherwise, she could only watch Lady Iam die under Ryudo's dirty trick. Oh no, I can't dodge so many bullets. At that moment, Ryudo instinctively picked up Iam, who was about to choke to death, and jumped to the side. But there happened to be a few machine gun turrets in front of him. The bullets of these automatic machine gun turrets hit Ryudo at such a close distance, and it could cause fatal injuries. The worst thing was that Iam, who was in his arms, might also be killed by the turrets. As long as Iam died, this game would be restarted. So many things before would be meaningless. So now Ryudo not only had to ensure that he did not die, but also that Iam did not die. He also had to find a place to heal her as soon as possible. But the automatic machine gun turrets in front of him, just as Ryudo was about to try to block the turret bullets with his arm in front of him, a strange sound suddenly came from the entire hall. Immediately afterward, the chandelier hanging at the top of the hall immediately went out, and the various turrets and defensive measures that were originally powered suddenly stopped moving. It seemed that someone had cut off the various electrical devices in the manor at this critical moment. The only one who could do this should be Sensible alone. Obviously, he had hacked into the manor at this time and cut off the power in the hall. Well done, Sensible. Seeing that the turret in front of him did not fire any bullets, Ryudo also quickly jumped forward with Iam in his arms. He dodged the rain of bullets from Lin Hannah's side and smashed open a corridor window leading to the second floor. Bang! With the sound of the window shattering, Ryudo and Iam disappeared from the hall at the same time. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.